Message from the Senate.
Message from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, I hereby announce the passage by the Senate of the following Senate file herewith returned. Senate File 629, an act relating to counties. Signed, Joanne M. Zoff, Secretary of the Senate.
First reading of Senate bills.
Introduction and first reading of Senate File 629, an act relating to counties. Deal moves that Senate File 629, House File 919, now in the General Register, be referred to the Chief Clerk for comparison.
Any discussion? Hearing no discussion. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. Motion prevails. Calendar for the day. The first bill on the calendar for the day is Senate File 778.
Senate File 778 on the calendar for today, the fifth engrossment, an act relating to collective bargaining.
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, I've been hearing about this bill all night long, so I guess it's time to take it up. Members, what this bill does is it provides two groups of workers in the state of Minnesota the ability to be able to have a vote on whether they want to form a bargaining unit and ultimately form a union. It affects daycare workers that take CCAP dollars, and it affects personal care attendants or home health care workers who get money from the state. And you may ask why we're here and why we're doing this bill. Well, 2 years ago, Governor Dayton signed an executive order and attempted to give child care workers the right to form a union. This was struck down by the Second Judicial District Court. And while I may have supported, and I do support the governor's purpose for this, which is why the bill is here, and support the people and support people's right to collectively bargain, it was the proper ruling by the courts. It was about separation of powers. In the court ruling, they said that the governor of Minnesota did not have the right to unilaterally set a clearly articulated and affirmatively expressed state policy. And it goes on to say that accordingly, only the legislature, that's us, has the power to make law and determine the expediency of its enactment. So that's why we're here with this bill today. In the last decade, the legislature has been cutting funding for home health care workers and for our daycare providers. The budget put forward in the last biennium had a $57 million cut for home health care workers and a $27 million cut for daycare workers. These workers are people, mostly women, who take care of our children, our youngest, our most valuable resources, and the personal care attendants take care of the people, some of the most vulnerable people we have in our society. And it makes these citizens' lives better and allows them to live in dignity. Now, members, what does this bill do? We've been hearing a lot of rhetoric out there, a lot of emails back and forth, but what this bill does, and basically the only thing this does, is it allows interested people to join together, to raise their collective voices, to improve the quality of the work and set standards in their chosen professions. And this is through discussions of best practices and working to raise reimbursement rates. It allows those interested to do this by pursuing a union to assist them to do this. What the bill doesn't do, and this is where people have been out there spreading a lot of misinformation, this bill doesn't tell providers how to raise their kids, daycare providers. And it doesn't tell PCA clients who they have to hire. And it does not, I repeat this, it does not create or form a union. It only provides those that are interested the opportunity to attempt to do that. Doesn't create it, and allows those that are interested, if they're interested, to do that. It's about giving people a voice in their job. It's about giving people a voice in their workplace. And members, that's what this bill does. And with that, I will stand for questions. And I believe there's a one or two amendments.
Mr. Speaker.
Representative Dowd.
Mr. Speaker, I move to table Senate File 778.
Representative Dowd moves to table House File 778. All in favor of that say aye. All opposed say no. No! The motion doesn't prevail.
Division, Mr. Speaker.
Division has been requested.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Point of parliamentary inquiry. Mr. Speaker, can you tell us what order of business we're on?
We're on the motion to table.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, point of parliamentary inquiry.
State your point of parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, has the clerk finished counting those in favor of the motion?
I don't know, Representative Pepin.
Mr. Speaker, point of parliamentary inquiry. Point of parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what is the delay? Mr. Speaker, point of parliamentary inquiry.
State your point of parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, what is the delay?
I don't think that's parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, point of parliamentary inquiry.
State your point of parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, has the chief clerk finished counting?
I don't know.
Those in favor? I could assist, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, point of parliamentary inquiry, actually parliamentary information. There's 60 members on our side that have voted. Mr. Speaker, point of information. Maybe you can tell us if we're waiting for members to actually drive in or if they're just walking from their offices.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, point of order. Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Section 576 of Mason says when a presiding officer refuses to put a motion that is properly before the body, the proper procedure is to select at once a temporary presiding officer to put the motion to a vote. Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, by chance, are you waiting for AFSCME to vote on this bill?
Mr. Speaker, point of order, please. Mr. Speaker, Section 578, limitations on presiding officer. Under ordinary conditions, the authority of the presiding officer is derived wholly from the body itself. The presiding officer is the servant of the body to declare its will and to obey its command. Mr. Speaker, is the counting finished? Mr. Speaker, is the counting finished?
You can stand or sit, and the no votes or the no votes can stand. There being 60 ayes and 70 nays, the motion does not prevail. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Grisha moving to amend Senate File 778, the fifth engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A39.
Representative Krisha. Representative Krisha.
839.
Mr. Speaker, which amendment are we on? 839?
39, yes.
So, Mr. Speaker, for Amendment 839, I would like to divide the amendment at Section 1.4 and 1.5 and ask for a roll call on each. I'd like to take 1.4 first.
So, Representative Krisha, you want to take the part from 1.2 to 1.4 first?
If I could, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. So the amendment is divisible. We're going to be voting on the first part of the amendment first. And there's been a roll call requested. There are 15 hands. There will be a roll call. Representative Krisha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, what I'd like to do with this amendment is to require all signatures for the solicitation materials to be printed in at least 14-point font. I'd like to avoid the fine print. Make smaller type can be hard on the eyes and even can cause headaches, according to the National Institute on Aging. We do have an example of this in statute with park closings, 327C.095. Used in the closure statements, the following language must include in a font no smaller than 14 points. So I would just like to include that for the first part here on the child care signatures. It's a good amendment, member, and I would urge your support on this one.
Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I rise in support of the Krisha Amendment 839. We had a debate a couple of years ago on the font that we use even on our campaign literature. We have a requirement of what size you use, and it's for the sole purpose of making sure that the citizens can read actually what is in print. As Representative Krisha pointed out, we need to make sure that we can read it and that these folks are fully aware of what they're signing on to. I think this is an excellent idea. It makes good sense, and it makes sure that we have integrity in this entire process because that's important to the people of the state. So I encourage you to vote green, please.
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And should be a handout coming out, and it shows what the authorization card is going to be used. And there's also going out what's from the BMS, what their requirements are, and what their suggestions are. Setting specific typeset exceeds even the standards for election disclosure. There is which is simply inconspicuous type. If you look at this thing, it's a lot larger than the 14-point type. So what you're talking about is unnecessary, and I urge the members to vote no.
Representative Krisha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if Representative Nelson would yield for a question.
He will yield. Representative Krisha.
I would think that at 2:21 in the morning, we would certainly be up for transparency. And in all of my dealings with business, I have found that if you're willing to commit to something with a handshake, you're willing to put it into writing. Is it a problem that we have 14-point font? Is there a worry that we would ever go below that? Is there any standard we're trying to miss here? This seems to me very simple that we would go ahead and agree to this. We're going to be handing this out to all sorts of people throughout the state.
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as I stated, this is the card they're sending out. This meets the BMS's, what their requirements are, what their suggestions are. If you look at the type of this, it's much larger. There's nothing printed on here that's smaller than an 18-point type, except for maybe the union bug in the corner. Members, this is unnecessary, and it goes way beyond what is required by any other union election or any other election of this type.
Representative Creasy.
And I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, I'm waiting for the handout. I haven't seen the handout. Thank you. Thank you. And so as I look at this, Representative Nelson, you're right, this is very readable. And again, just to make sure that there's no confusion, I mean, we want to do this right. Would there be any problem with putting in just a simple little amendment saying that this is 14 point? This is certainly over 14 point, so we're already there. If we can agree to it on the House floor, is it something that we're sure is going to happen that we just, I mean, is there any chance at all? I just don't understand, Representative Nelson. This seems pretty simple. So if you'd yield, I mean, are you absolutely sure that there's no way this would ever be changed below that?
Representative Nelson will yield. Representative Nelson.
Again, this is what the AFSCME has said they're using for their, this is the card they're going to be handing out, and this is what they've assured me that they're going to be handing out, and this meets and exceeds the requirements that are already set in the BMS standards.
Representative Creasy.
And thank you, Mr. Speaker. And another thing I'd like to point out, members, on the amendment, we certainly have this one example here, and this is what we would call in the advertising a mock-up or a draft. But in this amendment, it would be all written materials. And so anything that we're going to provide to them as we're out there talking and looking for signatures, any material that's going to be in their hands, this is a very big and weighty decision. And by the amount of people standing outside our door, I would think a little bit of assurance that we're not going to put something in there that they couldn't read. So I would just urge a green vote and ask your support, members.
Representative Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Nelson yield?
He will yield. Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Nelson, how many materials would this organization hand out to potential union or potential union members or those who may be interested in signing up? How many materials? Because the amendment says materials. So how many might be handed out?
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know. It could be a lot. It could be letters. It could be questions to or answers to questions that individuals have. This is the card. This is the authorization card that they're going to be passing out. The Commissioner of the Bureau of Mediation Services has stated that putting the ballots and the other stuff, all the other materials that you're talking about, would make it unwielding for them to do their job and do the election, because that would have to include all the materials that they have to send out. And so, members, this is a frivolous amendment. It goes beyond what anybody else ever has to do, and so therefore, members, I urge a red vote.
Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, members and Representative Nelson, it says materials, and it says at least 14. So in the world of graphics, in which I have worked for many, many years, we're going to use different type sizes and fonts throughout a piece of material that you want to distribute. And so this is a very reasonable amendment that uses the phrase at least, so that it'll be very readable, and the fonts can be any larger than that and any other style. This is just about making sure materials, not just this card, are readable. Let's vote green on this, members.
Representative Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Nelson yield for a question?
He will yield. Representative Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Nelson, I have in front of me now the mock-up of the mailing, or I guess the form. Can you tell me how this form will be delivered to the recipient?
Representative Nelson.
Representative Barrett and members, and Mr. Speaker, if this follows a normal organizing drive, if that's what they're doing here. This would be handed out to the individuals as they're being talked to by the people that are trying to get them to sign the card. And it would probably be done face-to-face, one-on-one.
Representative Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Nelson, if you could refer to page 3, lines 3.6, and explain to me what that line says.
Representative Nelson.
Mr. Speaker, can he repeat that? I did not hear what he said.
Representative Barrett.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Nelson, I'd like you to read for the body what, under the Senate File 778, line 3.6, if you could read to the body and let us know what that line says.
Representative Nelson.
I still didn't get the number.
Line 3.6.
What it says there is certification election for family care providers will be conducted by mail ballot. This is the card, the authorization card that we're talking about here. The mail ballot is sent out by the BMS, not by the union. So the election will be done by a mail ballot, and that will be mailed out to the homes of the individuals who are certified as being in the bargain unit. And that comes from the Bureau of Mediation Services, not the union.
Representative Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Nelson, would you yield for another question?
He will yield. Representative Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Nelson, the form that you just described, is this the form that would be mailed?
Representative Nelson.
No.
Representative Barrett.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Nelson, what would this form do then?
Representative Nelson will yield. Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the authorization card. If you read the bill, and if you follow the procedures that are done by the Bureau of Mediation Services, but in the bill, first they have to get 500 people that want to say they expressed an interest in getting, or get 500 of these cards signed, to get a list from the Bureau of Mediation Services. And then they'd have to get 30% of the number that the Bureau of Mediation Services say are in the bargaining unit. 30% of the members sign this card to get the minimum to get to an election. And this is the card that the union will be getting members to sign to say, yes, I want to belong to your union, and I want you to be my bargaining agent.
Representative Barrett.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Nelson, if you could tell me what the font size is this card, both size and type of font, please.
Representative Nelson will yield. Representative Nelson.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know. It's bigger than 18 point. I know that from or 14 point, what the amendment says, excuse me. But I don't know what the font. That's not what the business that I'm in.
Representative Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Nelson, if you could refer me to the lines in Senate File 778 that refer to this form and refer to the font size. If you would yield for a question, please.
He will yield. Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the font size and the size of the card and the stuff that goes in that is specified in the Bureau of Mediation Services in their procedures that they do to follow, that they use to follow for all election certification and decertification. That's in the Bureau of Mediation Services rules that are already established, that they use and have been using for over 40 years. And as they told me, that they conduct anywhere from 60 to 80 of these elections per year. And so they're well versed in how to do that, and they have the rules that they set up for that. That is not in the bill.
Representative Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Nelson, I guess I would say then that it would be appropriate for us to add it to the bill, which is what the amendment does, and I would support the amendment. Please vote yes on the amendment.
Representative Franzen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If Representative Nelson would yield to a question, please.
He will. Representative Franzen.
Representative Nelson, so who is going to be looking over the unions when they are handing out these cards that you passed out that you claim are going to be readable.
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Bureau of Mediation Services is who oversees elections of this nature.
Representative Franzen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If Representative Nelson would yield to another question, please.
He will. Representative Franzen.
Representative Nelson, I'm wondering, while the unions have been going door to door to child care providers' homes during business hours, could you tell the body and to the public who has been overseeing that effort?
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. When they go to start their organizing drive and go out to the homes, if there are practices and complaints that people have, they would be directed to the Bureau of Mediation Services, who will look into those as far as whether there are possibility of unfair labor practices, and that would be, again, the Bureau of Mediation Services does that job.
Representative Franzen.
If Representative Nelson would yield to another question, please.
He will yield. Representative Franzen.
Representative Nelson, you probably have read the article that came out in the Sauk Herald News that went all over the state yesterday. Did you have a chance to read those comments at all by any chance?
Representative Nelson.
Mr. Speaker, members, no, I don't get the Sauk Herald News, and nobody provided me a copy of it, and so I have not read that, and it does not pertain to the bill.
Representative Franzen.
All right, thanks, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Nelson, I'm just trying to find that article online here, and I'm not, but able to pull it up. But there were a lot of concerns from providers of intimidation and harassment. Could you inform the body and to the public and to the providers that are outside what the process would be? If an organizer comes to the door and harasses a provider and they feel like they're being harassed, what would the process be? I do have a copy here, so thank you to my colleagues. Let's see here. This one is a child care provider in the metro area, and she had a few seconds worth of contact with an AFSCME organizer just this week. This provider said, that she told them that they had 5 seconds to get off the property because they were trespassing. And then she started counting down from 5 at the top of her lungs, and she said that worked. Now, is this something that you would suggest, or perhaps should they just call the cops? Could you just inform the providers and the body and the public what the steps would be if they felt like they were being harassed?
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I don't think this is to the amendment, so it has nothing to do with font size. But I think if somebody's being harassed and somebody's on their property they don't want, they can call the police and have them removed.
Representative Franzen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Nelson, thank you for that answer. And it did have to do, sorry, I should have explained. Now they're going to go around again, I assume, hopefully, and get new cards signed. But previously, they were coming during child care lunch hours, and it's extremely chaotic. I don't know if you've ever done child care for a living before, but that's a business that I used to have before getting elected. And so lunchtime, I can tell you, can be chaotic. You're cooking for, up to 14 children if you have a helper in the home. And so the providers were being visited by organizers during that specific time of lunchtime, and just they were so busy that the organizers just said, here's a card, sign for more information. And so they signed, busy watching 14 children, and didn't have time to read the fine print. So I just want to make sure that this is going to be, I'm hoping that you accept the amendment, and members, that we're having cards within the guideline here of 14 font or higher so that there is no mistake and we don't have to revisit this next year.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And would the Honorable Representative Nelson yield to a question?
He will. Representative Quam.
Thank you. And, you know, even at this hour, I see people in the gallery. I see and hear people outside. And I do appreciate this. But as I look at the people in the gallery, I notice your blue tie. And I also notice that in some of your some of the material, you have more than just one entity listed. And as I look up, I see more than green. I see purple like your tie. And seeing that makes me wonder, where's the example for the other entities that are looking at providing an organization to the daycare providers?
Was that a question for Representative Nelson?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. That was, since Representative Nelson said he would yield and he distributed the material, I was wondering where the material or example card to show us that it's legible from the other entities. For example, the fine citizens wearing purple in our gallery.
Representative Nelson will yield. Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I asked for the one copy to show what they were handing out, the one group. I did ask for a copy from the other group, but they've been handing out a card similar to this one here.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Nelson. Frankly, you said it was redundant and unneeded, and it might be with some, but, we don't generally just assume. That's why when we have materials in regards to our election and many activities, there are parameters. So I don't see that it's frivolous, and frankly, if as you say, they already meet or exceed the requirements on this amendment, I don't understand why we don't just accept it, and that way we have some comfort and some guarantee. But I assume others in my caucus will add to the debate and discussion on this amendment, because frankly we think that this is not trivial, especially considering citizens on both sides of this debate are present. And they're not just casually present. They're dedicated enough to stay through the day, through the evening, and it looks like into the morning. And so therefore, I think we should treat this with the due respect that the process requires and accept this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Pepin.
Mr. Speaker, would Representative Nelson yield to a question?
He will yield. Representative Pepin.
Representative Nelson, I've looked at the card that I believe that you said would be sent out, and I've taken the opportunity to review the font size and part of it, and I believe, based on my comparison with other point font, I believe that part of the card is in point 12 font, the bottom half of the card, and I've held it up in comparison to several other point 12 fonts, and I'm wondering if you could yield an answer if you have verified for yourself that the card will be in larger than 12 point font.
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, these rules are governed by the Bureau of Mediation Services and their examples, and they're the ones that set the side and tell them what they need to do, and that's already in current law, and the Bureau of Mediation Services have been conducting these elections for over 40 years and doing a fine job of it, and we already have those rules in place and what it has to be done. And Mr. Speaker, would now be appropriate time to ask for a roll call?
A roll call is already on this. That was requested right at the beginning. Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Nelson, you've referenced this a couple of, I think you just said the law, the Bureau of Mediation Services states the law. I'm looking at the website. Could you direct the body to the website where it discusses the requirement for the point font for these forced unionization cards that are going to be mailed out? If you could direct us to the website so we could all review it. And I guess I'm under the belief of trust but verify. So if you could direct us to the appropriate location and you'd yield, I'd really appreciate it.
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And there's going around another handout here that I thought was going to get out earlier. It's Minnesota Rules 5510.0310, having to deal with elections by the Bureau and determine the eligibility of employees. And if people have questions, there's a phone number and a website there, or a web address, not our email address to contact. And again, the Bureau of Mediation Services conducts these elections, and they're the ones that determine the size, and they determine that, and they've been doing this very well for the last 40 years.
Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Nelson continue to yield?
He will. Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Nelson, I've had an opportunity to read the Bureau of Mediation brochure that you handed out, and I don't see on here where it says the font size requirement. Could you direct the body to where it says the font size requirement?
Representative Nelson will yield. Representative Nelson.
It's in the rules. That's in the. This is just a screen page of what they're that, but it's in the rules.
Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And for Representative Nelson, would continue to yield?
He will. Representative Pepin.
I see where it references the rule. It says filing valid authorization cards signed and dated by at least 30% of the employees within the proposed unit in accordance with Minnesota Rule Part 5510.0810. In the sample below, I don't see in the sample below where it says anything about font size, but it does appear to me that the font size in this brochure is about 10 point. I haven't had an opportunity to thoroughly review it to find out the point font type. Is that the rule that you're talking about that does not list the font size?
Representative Nelson.
The Bureau of Mr. Speaker, the Bureau of Mediation Services would be the one that set this, and they've been doing this for the last 40 years.
Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Nelson, if you'd continue to yield.
He will. Representative Pepin.
Representative Nelson, under point 3, I see that the filing valid authorization cards must be signed and dated by at least 30%. Is that also the case in your bill? Have you changed it since the committee when it was only 10%?
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, we are doing the Senate file, and if you read the bill, the Senate file has 30%.
Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, that's a relief, because I hope that you saw in the wisdom that 10% would be really, really outrageous. I think 30% is a little outrageous too. But getting back to the font size, as a Representative Nelson, I'm wondering, I noticed that you have glasses, Representative Nelson, and have you ever had problems reading if you don't have your glass? I'm not sure if you're farsighted or nearsighted. Wondering if you've ever had problems reading when you haven't had your glasses on.
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm nearsighted, and so I have no problem reading things close up. I have problems reading things across the room, and in fact, if I took my glasses off, I wouldn't be able to see you. But maybe that might not be all bad tonight. But anyway, little joke. But at times, with the way my eyes are, I'll take my glasses off to read fine things and do fine work. And so, yes, I've had trouble with glasses. I've worn glasses since I've been in 3rd grade.
Representative Pepin.
Mr. Speaker, well, I would submit, Representative Nelson, by the end of the night, you will want to take your glasses off so that you not only can avoid looking at me, but the rest of this side of the aisle. Wondering if you would continue to yield for questions.
He will. Representative Pepin.
Representative Nelson, I don't see that, as we went before, I don't see anywhere where it talked about the font size. I don't see anything in this card whatsoever that indicates that. And I'm wondering if you would be willing to perhaps print a copy out of Rule 5510.0410 and show us where the font size is listed.
Representative Nelson.
Mr. Speaker, it's on the web's page, and I think it'd be easier, and it might be a waste of paper, although that would create some jobs in northern Minnesota. I think all the members here are capable of getting that on their own.
Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Representative Nelson, I think this bill is a waste of time in the waning hours of session when we're moving forward with this. We haven't finished our budget bills. We're apparently forcing child care unions to child care providers to unionize against their will. Mr. Speaker, point of order under Rule 3.33. I am wondering if it would be in order to modify as a technical amendment the word 14 on line 1.4 to 15.
No.
Mr. Speaker, point of parliamentary inquiry.
State your point of parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, last night when we debated the bill to raise legislators' salary by constitutional amendment, the Speaker ruled that a date change was a mere technical change. How would a mere numerical change of point font be different than a date change under the custom and usage that was set by the Speaker?
The amendment says 14-point font, and 15-point font is different than 14-point font. Yesterday, the reviser advised us that that date that was changed didn't make sense within the context of the amendment, and the reviser itself suggested that the change. So it was a reviser's change. This is not.
Mr. Speaker, that's unfortunate that you would make that ruling because, frankly, there are going to be a lot of people there's two parts of this amendment. This one is daycare providers. The other part of the amendment is going to deal with the personal care attendants. And a lot of these folks might have vision impairments. The PCA providers, if this bill passes, we're going to be requiring grandparents who are taking care of their grandkids perhaps to organize. And some of the older people have vision issues. I know my dad has had cataract surgery. His vision isn't important, and I'm wondering what would be the issue. I don't understand. It's just 14-point font. That's all we're asking. I'm wondering, Representative Nelson, is there some fear that you have if members or if child care workers would get this that you wouldn't want it to be in 14-point font, that you'd want it to be in fine print? Is there some reason that you couldn't just accept this as a friendly amendment?
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. My conversations with the head of Mr. Tilson, the head of the BMS, has stated that specifying this type of amendment, specifying font size, makes it difficult for him to do his job and do his job in an impartial manner, and that's why I'm urging a red vote on this amendment.
Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, members, I urge a green vote. Here we are debating this issue in the middle of the night. We're debating an issue on whether or not we're going to force child care providers to unionize. And then we're going to apparently not be concerned with fine print. So with that, when they get these cards where some of them supposedly are allowed to be able to vote, some of them might not even be able to read it because I can't see anything. You haven't provided anything to us that shows exactly what the font size is. So I'm very disappointed that you wouldn't be supporting this and take it as a friendly amendment. It's common sense. Let's be on the up and up, make sure everybody knows what this is about. So I'm really surprised that you wouldn't take this, Representative Nelson. And members, I would urge a green vote.
Representative Anderson P.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. Would the author yield for a question, please? He will yield. Representative Anderson. Representative Nelson, the card you handed out to us, or the paper with the example of the Ask Me card, is that the same card that they've been going around already with to daycare folks across the state and encouraging a sign-up? Is this an example of the same card, Representative Nelson?
Representative Nelson.
Mr. Speaker, that's my understanding.
Representative Anderson.
Well, we have incidents or stories here of time after time after time there's been at least confusion. Some would say possible harassment at the wrong times of the day. There seems to be a problem here with communication, and this amendment would go at least part ways in eliminating some of the confusion of what people are signing up for when they sign a card such as this, because some folks signed these cards and didn't really know what they were signing up for. Thank you.
Representative Scott. Representative Swedzinski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just would the author please yield for a question?
He will yield. Representative Swedzinski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've been contacted by a few folks and kind of speaking to the font size. How does it work if providers are blind? And how would that process work when it comes to filling out this application? And what provisions are made forth for that situation?
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I have a picture in my head of a daycare provider with many kids running around, as Representative Franson talking about at lunchtime, trying to cook food and being blind. I can't imagine that, but I don't know how that would work. That would, again, the rules for that are governed. How that would be handled by the Bureau of Mediation Services.
Representative Swedzinski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The reason I ask that is, my father is blind, and there's a potential they watch for our children at times, and they've never been approached by this, and so that was definitely a concern of those and others that I've visited with. Mr. Speaker, would the author please yield for another question?
He will. Representative Swedzinski.
Thank you. So when we're talking about the font size, in that, how long will this need to be in the possession? So if there's any confusion about that, so if it's mailed out, but also potentially delivered, hand-delivered, and hand-asked about the particular ballot when we're, in context of how large the font is, what is the, how long will it either need to, how long can the people be talked to until it needs to be sent in or thrown away when it's received? How long kind of a period does the vote need to be either thrown away or turned back into the folks for it to count?
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, the Bureau of Mediation Services handles these elections. They've been handling them in a fine job for the last 40 years. As far as font, and this question has nothing to do with the amendment, which is about font size, but my understanding on how these elections work is once they start the election process, they've got 6 months to get the card signed, to get enough to get into an election. And if somebody gets the card and decides, changes their mind and signs it, later on they can call the union back up and say, I want my card back, and they give them back. It doesn't do the union any good to upset people or harass people or turn people off if you're trying to sell them on what you're trying to do. I don't think any door-to-door salesperson would do that because they're not going to make a sale, and that's basically what these people are trying to do.
Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Nelson yield to a question?
He will, Representative Scott.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just happened to walk out and visit with some of the folks, the daycare providers out there, and they showed me this card. And the font, guess what? It's much smaller than what you handed out, Representative Nelson. If you'd like to come over and see, you can. The font is much smaller. So there's nothing in these rules. We've looked over the website. There's nothing in these rules that say what the font size shall be. Representative Nelson, who oversees this Minnesota, whatever it's called, the BM something? Bureau of Mediation Services.
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Bureau of Mediation Services is an executive branch agency of the state of Minnesota, and they're the ones that oversee that.
Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, have we ever written any legislation that would be applicable to the rules that they have to go by? Representative Nelson, if he would yield.
He will yield. Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm assuming we have written some legislation in the past overseeing them. I'm assuming that they've gone through the rulemaking process that we have set up in the state as a state agency. But I don't know, in my tenure here, I don't know if we've ever done, I've kept track of that.
Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Representative Nelson, it seems to me that this amendment would be perfectly in order. It seems to me like we can write legislation and give them some parameters for certain things. So if we have a card here and the font size is considerably smaller than what you handed out, even if this is the one that they're going to use tomorrow, there's nothing saying that they can't go back to this the following week. Am I correct, Representative Nelson?
Representative Nelson will yield. Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I've been instructed, or I've been told, that this is the card they're going to use. So, Mr. Speaker, this would be covered by the Bureau of Mediation Services. They're the one that will be conducting this election. They're the one that will be overseeing the election. And they've been doing this for 40 years, and they've been doing a fine job.
Representative Scott.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Representative Nelson, I don't know what we as members are to believe. Because if they can come out with something smaller than what you handed out, they could come out with something even smaller than this. Because there are no parameters that this Bureau of Mediation Services goes by for font size. You know what? When I have my glasses on and I read stuff up close, I can't read it. And these people that you are sending out are coming to these daycare providers when they're serving the kids lunch. They don't have time to read this stuff. They just take a glance at it. Same thing with the PCAs. You show up when they're assisting the people that they're supposed to be helping and being paid, they're on their job. Members, I encourage a green vote. I think this is really disingenuous.
Representative Petersburg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Nelson rise for a question or two?
He will. Representative Petersburg.
Representative Nelson, I want to make sure that we're talking and make sure that we're really clear on what's going on here in regards to this card and as you say, the rules and regulations that represent and reflect this. This sheet that you've given me that says Bureau of Mediation Services, top line it says representation, public employee certification. Is that what you're talking about? Is what will define and direct these parameters?
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, this is a screenshot from their webpage. And the rules that would be providing for this are listed down there. They have to conform to statute, Minnesota Statute 179A, as it says on the card here, on the sheet here, and Minnesota Rules Part 5510, as is on the sheet here. That's the rules that they use to conduct the elections, and it's what they've been doing for the last 40 years at the Minnesota Bureau of Mediation Services.
Representative Petersburg.
All right. Thank you. And I think from what I understand from you that this is for public employee certification, which I guess begs the question, Representative Nelson, if you would yield for another question.
He will yield. Representative Petersburg.
The question for you, Representative Nelson, is are you aware if any of these people that will be given these cards are public employees or if they're private sector employees?
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And these people are unorganized employees, and there are people out there, and they've expressed an interest to try and form a bargaining unit. And this is what the bill is about. We're going to determine what they are and give them the opportunity, if they want to form a bargaining unit.
Representative Petersburg.
Well, thank you for that answer, but the answer is that almost all of them are not hired by the state. They really are hired by individuals meaning they are private sector employees, and certainly this doesn't apply at all, whether there is any negotiations or not. So in this regard, putting the size of font certainly is appropriate, since none of these would apply because they are private sector employees. And so if he would yield for another question.
He will yield. Representative Petersburg.
I'm wondering how you justify having the rules and regulations for a certain group of people, in this case public employees, how you can refer that to private sector who are actually hired by individuals and groups and not the state. It seems like that is contradictory.
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. In the bill, they're going to be organized, if they get organized, if the bill passes, if they vote to get enough authorization cards signed to get to an election. They will be, the bill identifies them under 179A, which is the Public Employee Labor Relations Act. And that's why I handed out the example of the public employee card. There's a similar card if you go on the web page for private employers and employees. And if you look on the back side of that card, it lists the procedures for the decertification process. If a union is formed, they have to go through the same procedures that are overseen by the Bureau of Mediation Services. And again, the font size that we're talking about here is more prescriptive than what we have to do for our own elections. In our own elections, it says, simply say that the disclosures must be in conspicuous type.
Representative Petersburg.
Well, again, thank you for your clarification, except that earlier you did say that this was the defining and prescribing rules and regulations which are for public employees, which these individuals certainly are not. And so I guess that begs the question, exactly where are we and what are we talking about? It seems to me that we are trying to change individuals that are hired by other individuals and make them direct government employees. And I believe the bill actually talks about Minnesota becoming the employer of record. And until that happens, I'm not sure that we can even allow employees to be certified this way, because it doesn't follow according to these prescriptions. So in regards to the font that we're really talking about here, since these rules no longer apply, then I think we certainly can talk and have legislation to define the font. So I would certainly ask for a green vote. Thank you.
Representative McDonald.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Would the author yield for a question?
He will yield. Representative McDonald.
Yeah, Representative, can you... I got to get my reading glasses on. Can you tell me where the phone number is on this card here? Is it too small a font? I can't seem to find it here.
Representative Nelson.
Mr. Speaker, I guess I'm not sure what card he's talking about. I know which one. I don't want he's looking at. If he's looking at the one for the BMS services, it's in the middle of the page, 651-649-5426.
Representative McDonald.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, thank you. Representative, I'm sorry not to be so clear. Again, the fonts are so small I couldn't find out exactly, but it's the one that you passed out, the Ask Me card.
Representative Nelson.
Mr. Speaker and Representative McDonald, this is the card the people are going to sign. And if I was going to be conducting this, I'd be handing them my business card with my name and my phone number on my business card, and that would be standard business card side, and that's what the people would keep. This is what they turn in to the union or to the organizer to saying that, yes, I want to join.
Representative McDonald.
Mr. Speaker, would the author yield for another question?
He will. Representative McDonald.
Representative Nelson, you brought up a good point. I'm a businessman, as you know. I'm an independent, mom-and-pop, self-employed businessman, my wife and I. And when I want to solicit business, I do pass out a business card with information. The font size is small, but I'm going to redo it because I know at my age it needs to be bigger for folks to read it so they're clear. But you made a very interesting point. There's a phone number on there. I don't know one business person that wouldn't be wise enough to put a phone number on there, because as a business person, you want that person to call you for more information. And as you said in your opening statement, you said something very profound. You said you may wonder why we're even doing this. Yeah, 86% of daycare providers are wondering why you're doing this. Business owners are wondering why you're doing this. 86% of mom and pop family daycare providers are wondering why you're doing this. We who are perhaps been reading this issue know why we're doing this, and we'll get to that later. And then you said you're doing this for those that are interested can attempt to do it. Not sure what you meant there, but I believe you meant for those who are interested to sign up and join a union can do that. So, on the card that you passed out here, that you're going to pass out, could you tell me where's the phone number so those, in your words, that are interested can attempt to do it, can call to find out more information?
Representative Nelson.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as you said, Representative McDonald, as a businessman, when you go to hand out and you go to talk to people, you hand them your business card. This is the card they're going to turn back in to the organizer if they're interested in joining. And they're going to be doing that. So they won't have this card, so there's no phone number on it, because there's no need for a phone number on this, because they won't have this card. They're going to be handed probably a business card from that organizer saying, this is who I am. If you have any questions, call me.
Representative McDonald.
Mr. Speaker, would the author yield for another question?
He will. Representative McDonald.
Representative Nelson, you said probably hand them a card. By what do you mean that the person will probably hand the individual a card? What on earth are you talking about?
Representative Nelson.
Mr. Speaker, members, when you go out to do this, you hand them a card saying, this is who I am, and if you have interest, call me back. If you hand them this card, that's the signature card that they're going to sign and turn back in. And that's why there's not a phone number on it, because there doesn't need the person won't have this in their possession. It'll be given to the union representative who's trying to sign them up.
Representative McDonald.
Mr. Speaker, last question for me on this amendment. Representative Nelson, would you yield for a question?
He will yield. Representative McDonald.
You're a kind gentleman. You're up for a great battle, I'm sure. Again, in your opening statement, you said for those that are interested, they could attempt to do it, whatever that means. But I think I know what you mean, to sign up. And last question, and I'll sit down. What does AFSCME, AFL, CIO, ASME, CLO, what does that mean? What's the acronym for?
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. It's the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees. And the AFL-CIO is the American Federation of Labor and the Congress of International Organizations.
Representative McDonald.
Mr. Speaker, I would find this a little arrogant to assume that everyone that gets a card will know what that means. So if those are interested, perhaps you should spell that out so people know exactly what those acronyms are, so those who are interested might decide that they may want to join.
Representative Leidiger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the dark of the night while Minnesota sleeps, I want to talk to this amendment. After I retired from the Navy, I got into the publishing business. I published the newspaper, the Veterans Journal. And I went back to the website that I remember having to go to and learn about typography and sizing and things like that. And when a mailing is mailed to individuals, see, an organization has to take into consideration the audience that it's being mailed to prior to determining the the font sizes on the printed materials, and so I've got a question for the author, please.
He will yield. Representative Leidiger.
Who is the audience that we're mailing this card to that's going to? Now, is that going to be the owners of the organization? Is it the employees of the organization? What types of people are getting this mailing? Owners or the employees?
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This card that we've passed out the copy of would be going to the workers, the daycare providers. In this case, in one case, in the case of this card, the personal care attendants. In the case of the personal care attendant part of the bill.
Representative Leidiger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the workers. Now, the worker could be an owner of the organization or the work, because I was, of course, in my organization, I worked at it, I owned the organization. So it could be an owner or it could be an employee. And that covers, it's the worker, right? So it's going to the workers, so it could be going to the owners, and if it's the owner, may be the only worker. Are there cases where that would be true?
Representative Nelson will yield. Representative Nelson.
Yes.
Representative Leidiger.
Well, in my expert opinion, I would say that this is a very valid amendment, that 14-point size would be very appropriate to print up these cards. Owners, in particular, having to read a lot of materials, go through a lot of different materials coming across their desk. Owners like to see things in big type, so I recommend a green vote on this amendment.
Representative Anderson S.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Nelson yield?
He will. Representative Anderson S.
Representative Nelson, you had handed out this information. Representative Scott, she had pointed to the actual font size and the actual card that has been handed out. Can you just tell me, how are any audits performed by the Bureau of Mediation Services in this process?
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And yes, the Bureau of Mediation Services is a part of conducting an election. They certify the size of the bargaining unit so that whoever's trying to organize them, be it AFSCME, be it SEIU, be it Daycare Providers United, be it any group or organization that would choose to try and do this. And if you look in the bill, there's nothing in the bill that states AFSCME or SEIU or any organization, because any organization has the same ability to try and organize these people if they choose. But the Bureau of Mediation Services certifies who's eligible to be in the bargaining unit, which gives a round number to get to the 30%. When they bring in the cards to 30%, they go back and they verify and they audit these cards to make sure that the signatures are valid. And so, yes, the Bureau of Mediation Services does this.
Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Representative Nelson, I think you misunderstood my question. I'm asking, what do they actually do in the performance of the audits? Can you give me the item by item, what their steps that they take to ensure that the cards that are released say what they say they're going to say? How do they do that? Do they randomly contact people that these were supposed to be sent to? Do they make sure that the list that they're using is proper? What can you tell me about that auditing process?
Representative Nelson.
Again, Mr. Speaker, thank you. Again, the Bureau of Mediation Services follows the procedures that they've been following for the last 40 years. And I don't know every ins and out of everything specific thing they don't do, but it's done handled by the Bureau of Mediation Services, and they've been doing a grand job of doing this for the last 40 years.
Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Representative Nelson, if you don't know what they've been doing for the last 40 years, how can you know if they're doing a grand job? Let me ask you this. When was the last time that the Bureau of Mediation Services was audited for their work?
Representative Nelson will yield. Representative Nelson.
I don't have an answer to that question. They're a part of the state government, and I'm assuming that their budget comes through us here. And I'm assuming at some point in time this legislative auditor has looked at what they do, because that's part of what the legislative auditor does, is look at the departments of the state government and make sure they're doing their job.
Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Representative Nelson, you're not aware of any legislative auditor report reviewing the actions of the Bureau of Mediation Services to make sure that they're following Minnesota statute. So we have no clue if they're actually following what we have in statute, if they actually are following proper audit procedures, that they are looking to make sure that these cards are going out properly, that it is the correct language that's being used, that we know that the citizens, when they are receiving these cards, actually have the proper information that they need to make a decision on these cards, whether it's yay or nay. My concern, Representative Nelson, is because you don't know this, you haven't known it for 40 years, about what takes place on these audits and whether an audit has ever been performed. My question is how can we guarantee that this is going to be performed properly? We have countless stories in newspaper articles showing that it hasn't been done properly. That 40 years has not been spotless. Clearly, there are problems in this process, Representative Nelson, and I want to know what kind of integrity are you providing in this bill? Because as I look at it now, there is no integrity. We have citizens that have time and again expressed concern about how this process has taken place. And what's worse is we're not even following the guidelines that we follow for every other election. Instead of having a 30% threshold, we're looking at a 10% threshold for this. Representative Nelson, I think that you maybe need to check out and see what the Bureau of Mediation Services are doing. No discredit to them, but an organization, no matter what size or how long they've been in operation, will always have trouble along the way. That is the whole point that we have the legislative auditor, is to make sure that these things don't happen. It's to double check. Because as we've seen here this legislative cycle, we've had the different agencies that have been reviewing citizens' private data. A couple of different agencies that have done that. In fact, I think that you maybe were a co-author of one of those bills. So we know very well that problems exist, and you have no means. Oh, excuse me, Representative Murphy. I can't see Representative Nelson when you're standing there. Do you mind if you could move, please? Representative Murphy. You make a better door than a window. Thank you so much. Representative Nelson, if you could, please reconsider this. I think Representative Krisha is doing a great job here in just asking for a little integrity, making sure that we have a 14-size font. You know, I'm a mom. I know it's hard. You get a lot of materials, whether it's this group or other groups. You get a lot of mail when you have kids. Let's at least make sure that when they get something, any of the written materials that are put before them, that they can at least have a font size that is reasonable to read within the short period of time that they have. So I encourage you all to support the Krisha amendment.
Representative Albright.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And would the Representative Nelson yield for a couple questions?
He'd be glad to. Representative Albright.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Nelson, I'm looking pertinent to line 3.6 of the bill. And I just have a question with regard to, it says conducted by mail ballot. Could you help me understand what type of mail that describes, if you would yield?
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I believe that's first-class mail, but that is controlled by that, again, the rules that the Bureau of Mediation Services have, and it's what they use to, it's how they conduct their elections, and it's in their rules that are in Chapter 5505. And there are many rules, relating to the administration of elections in there, including investigations of fraudulent acts and invalid cards, etc. And Representative, I just want to raise a point to what something Representative Anderson said. She needs to read the bill, because the bill is getting the Senate language, as I said earlier, and it's no longer 10%, it's 30% is what the Senate language is.
Representative Albright.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the representative continue to yield?
He will. Representative Albright.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Nelson, so the mail, as you describe it, is going by way of USPS. Have there been any instances under collective bargaining where ballots and or elections have been adjudicated via email or electronic balloting? If you would yield.
Representative Nelson.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could you repeat that last part again?
Representative Nelson, in the course of elections, is it exclusive to the United States Postal Service for balloting and of elections, or in any other collective bargaining election have the ballots been delivered via electronic mail?
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No. They're done by mail, which would be the U.S. Post Office, not electronic mail. They're mailed out to them. It's a procedure that they follow, similar to what we do in our elections for absentee ballots or mail-in ballots that we have on counties. They're mailed out with an envelope. The ballot's in there. You put the thing in the envelope. You put your information on the outside of the envelope. It's mailed back to the BMS. The BMS receives these. They keep all these till the day of the election or the day of the tally. They open the envelope to make sure the card is properly. Number one, they'll look on the outside of the envelope to make sure that person is in the bargaining unit and is able to vote. And if they are, they open the envelope, take the ballot out, and put it in a ballot box, and then they all get counted at the end. And that's the procedure that they use at the Bureau of Mediation Services.
Representative Albright.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Nelson, in an earlier response to questions, I believe you mentioned that you would be hand-delivering these ballots, but now you're saying that they can be mailed. I'm just wondering if there's a protocol that on the example that you handed out, I don't see a return envelope. Is there an envelope included with the ballot that's provided to the prospective member, or are they only given back to the person that's delivering the ballot via the business card that you deliver at the same time?
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think there's some confusion here. This is not the ballot. This is the authorization card. 30% of the people in the bargaining unit need to sign this authorization card before the union or the organization that wants to represent these people get asked for an election. Once they get to that magic number or above that magic number, because I don't think they're going to wait to ask for an election if they only have 30%, because they'll lose with only 30% authorization cards. But once they get the number of authorization cards they need to get to an election, they hand these over to the Bureau of Mediation Services, who then verifies that there are proper signatures and they're properly filled out, and the people whose names are on these cards belong to the bargaining unit. And then the Bureau of Mediation Services, our state agency that handles these elections, mails out and takes over and runs the election, and they're the ones that do it. The union has nothing to do with it other than when they count the ballots, they're able to have an observer there. But it's all, the election is handled by the Minnesota Bureau of Mediation Services, not the union.
Representative Albright.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And then I guess I'm just curious then in terms of to the Cretia amendment where it speaks to 14-point font, would that be applicable to the ballot as well, or only to the informational materials that we're suggesting? Would it not extend to the size font that would be on the ballot? If you would yield, Mr. Speaker.
He will yield. Representative Nelson.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. I was reading my text that came into me. Could you repeat the question, Mr. Representative Albright?
Representative Albright.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm just wondering if the example that you handed out in terms of the informational card, if that also purports to the size font that would be used on the ballot as well. If he would yield, Mr. Speaker.
He will yield. Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the way I read the amendment, it would apply to the materials, those materials also. And again, that is why Commissioner Tilson from the Bureau of Mediation Services has asked that this amendment not go on, that an amendment like this does not go on. They had the same argument in the Senate, because it would restrict him and make his job of having to conduct the election a non-partial election, which is what their job is in the state of Minnesota to do, unwieldy and difficult for them to do in a proper manner.
Representative Albright.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to Representative Nelson, I'm just confused then in terms of for the Office of Mediation Services why it would become unwieldy to be specific in terms of the type font that is used, given the fact that, as you've said and others here, and as I use on a daily basis, nearsighted people and whatnot, for clarity, for an understanding, not only just for the informational card, but also for the ballot, more than anything to make sure that we don't have spoiled ballots, which could be of a concern if we are to have a successful election outcome. If you would just speak to that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as I've said before, the Bureau of Mediation Services has been conducting these elections for over 40 years. They've been doing a great job of doing it. We have not had complaints that I have read about how elections turn out. Some people may be disappointed with the results, but they've been conducting these impartial elections for the last 40 years, and they've been following the procedures, and that's the procedures we're wishing to follow here.
Representative Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Crecia yield for a question?
Representative Crecia will yield. Representative Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Crecia, I think we have a slight problem, and Mr. Speaker, maybe you can help us out with this. It looks like it might just need a technical change, because as I look at fonts, we've been talking about the 14-point font, but as I look through Word here, and I've got the French script font up, for example, the 14-point font is really, really small. And then I see if I go to the Times New Roman, it's actually fairly large. But the problem is we've got about 380 different fonts here, and I'm wondering maybe others can weigh in on what their favorite would be, or how big that font really would be. But I'm wondering if maybe just a technical change to the actual font would be in order.
Did you ask Representative Crecia to yield? Representative
Yes,
Crecia. Do you want to yield, Representative Crecia? Okay, Representative Crecia.
And thank you, Representative Kelly. And do you want me to go through all the fonts? I could start with Cambria, and then we can go through the whole list. What are you asking me?
Well, I'm wondering, Representative Crecia, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Kelly.
Representative Crecia, maybe if rather than waste the body's time, with something this technical, maybe we could lay this over for a while, and everybody could weigh in and maybe come and talk to you about the different fonts that would work best, and maybe we could move on then.
Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Nelson yield to some questions?
He will. Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Nelson. While we've had some follow-up questions, I was able to look up the citations that were listed on this membership card, and it was Minnesota Administrative Rules 5510.0410 filing petition. It listed subpart 1A, and I'm reading it. It says, conditions to file a petition, an employee organization or exclusive representative must A, have a written constitution or bylaws that provide for 1, election of officers, 2, filling of vacancies in elected offices, and 3, a purpose which, in whole or part, must be to deal with public employees concerning grievances and terms and conditions of employment. What, Representative Nelson, where does it specify that they have to have a certain font size in that administrative rule?
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, that's the Bureau of Mediation Services are the ones that set and accept what the cards can be.
Representative Pepin.
Mr. Speaker, okay, Representative Nelson, I don't see it there anywhere, and I'm also looking at 179A.03, which is the other spot that's listed, subdivision 6, and it says employee organization. Employee organization means any union or organization of public employees whose purpose is, in whole or part, to deal with public employers concerning grievances and terms and conditions of employment. I don't see it there anywhere, and I actually looked up font size or font in Minnesota statutes, and it was listed several times, but I didn't see it listed anywhere in the Labor Relations Act. So, Representative Nelson, I really don't see what the big deal is. If it's your intent that, I mean, if you believe that it's important for people to be able to read what they're signing on to, I really don't understand why it would be a big deal. It's not listed anywhere. I know you you think it is, but it's not listed here anymore. But if you think it is anyway, why not just accept this amendment? I won't ask you to yield. I know we've got, another 100 amendments or so, so I'll stop there, but I really don't understand why we wouldn't want to accept this amendment and just make it crystal clear, since it is not listed as far as I can tell, and you have not directed us anywhere in statute or administrative rules where it's at.
Representative Krisha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'll address to my good friend, Representative Kelly. Yes, I'll agree to lay this over. Let's move on and look further at it. Just as a final word, there's 7 statutes, members, that reference font size, and one of those in particular, as I mentioned earlier, 327C.095, where in park closings, it's important enough to be mentioned in health standards, paid advertisement news, special conditions, unlawful practices, prohibited practices, and uniform commercial codes. So I do think it's fairly important and something we could look at, and I'll agree to lay this over. So thank you for the suggestion, Representative Kelly.
Representative Krisha withdraws his amendment. Are you withdrawing both halves of the amendment, Representative Krisha, or did you want to do the second half?
I request to lay over the second amendment as well.
Okay, Representative Krisha requests to lay over the two amendments, or the single amendment that was previously divided. I don't know. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Franson moving to amend Senate File 778, the fifth engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A78.
Representative Franson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, this is a fabulous amendment. I think this is certainly one that the body will adopt, because I think you'll all agree that this is about voting. And since voting is extremely important to everyone here, and certainly we don't want to disenfranchise any voters, which currently Senate File 778 does disenfranchise providers from voting, because if providers do not accept CCAP children, or they do not currently have CCAP children in their care, they are disenfranchised from participating in the union election. And I think we can agree that the last election, when there was voter ID on the ballot, we heard a lot of discussion that entire campaign season about disenfranchisement. And, you know, I don't want to have to...
Representative Franzen, we're on the A78 amendment?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we are. And so, this amendment says that the Minnesota Licensed Family Child Care Association or similar trade or professional association may seek to be certified as exclusive representative under this section. And then also on page 6, line 23, insert AcroCare or other similar organizations may seek to be certified as the exclusive representative under this section. So basically then our business owners can choose to decide who they want to represent them. Is it AFSCME? Is it SEIU? Is it Minnesota Licensed Family Child Care Association? Maybe it's the Chamber of Commerce. Maybe it's the National Federation of Independent Business Owners. Perhaps for the PCAs, it's AcroCare. And so since we like to vote, we want to give people the option. This is a really great amendment for us to vote yes on. Thank you.
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like a roll call on this amendment.
Roll call requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, nothing in this bill prohibits anybody from forming an organization to represent employees. The only thing in law that would prevent somebody, an organization, from doing that is if it's contradicted by having a government contractor type of status. So any organization, the two that are listed in the amendment, but there's nothing in the bill that specifies AFSCME, SEIU, the United Brotherhood of Carpenters, the electrical workers, any organization, or the Chamber of Commerce, or the Business Association. Nothing in this bill prohibits anybody from doing that. So this amendment's not necessary. If these two organizations choose to try and organize the daycare workers or the home care providers, the PCAs, they can do that. There's nothing in the bill that prevents it. So this is an unnecessary amendment, so please vote red.
Further discussion. Representative Franzen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Nelson, you know, so if you would yield to a question, please.
He will yield. Representative Franzen.
Representative Nelson, are you saying that there is nowhere that says about AFSCME or SEIU in your bill?
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No. If you read the bill, I mean, it's not a long bill. It's not like a couple of the other ones we've had earlier today that are hundreds of pages long. This is only 11 pages. There's nothing in the bill that mentions AFSCME, SEIU, or any other organization, and therefore does not restrict any organization that would choose to try and organize and represent these people.
Representative Franzen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Nelson, if you would yield to another question, please.
He will yield. Representative Franzen.
Representative Nelson, I'm confused then. Could you please tell the body and to the public, and perhaps even to SEIU and AFSCME, why they are here today?
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe they're exercising their First Amendment rights to lobby the legislature for a bill that they support, allowing people to have the bargaining rights and to try and form a union. Whether it's AFSCME, SEIU, or the United Brotherhood of Carpenters that would organize these people, they support the rights of these individuals, and that's why they're out there, because they believe in the bill and they support the bill.
Representative Skowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Nelson yield for a question?
He'll yield. Representative Drazkowski.
Representative Nelson, you mentioned that you didn't think that it was necessary for Representative Franson's amendment for the Minnesota Licensed Family Care Association to be able to be the exclusive representative. Have you read your bill on line 2.19? 2.19, it says that the appropriate unit under this section shall be a statewide unit of family child care providers who meet the definition of section 179A.51 and who have had an active registration under chapter 119B within the previous 12 months. So, Representative Nelson, you being the tip of the union spear, you wrote a bill here that does the trick. It locks in only those organizations that have been registered under that chapter in the previous 12 months. So if the Minnesota Licensed Family Care Association has not been registered, which I would guess it probably has not been, there definitely is a need for this amendment in order to give them the opportunity to also be one of the exclusive representatives in this new union that is being acted on in the dark of night while Minnesota sleeps. Have you read that part of the bill, Representative Nelson?
Representative Nelson will yield. Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, Chapter 119B refers to child care providers. It does not deal with unions. It's people who are registered in as licensed or are legally unlicensed child care providers.
Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Nelson.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendments. The clerk will close the roll. There being 61 ayes and 69 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Franson moving to amend Senate File 778, the fifth engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A77.
Representative Franson. The A77.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Speaker. And members, this amendment simply says that nothing in this section affects the rights of a provider-managed organization or other organization that is not the exclusive representative to form and to represent providers on matters relating to regulations and policy. So I think we can all agree that this is a really good amendment, and Representative Nelson, I hope that you will approve this and, allow a green vote on this one. Thank you.
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to have roll call.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Nelson.
And Mr. Speaker, we're on which amendment?
The A77. Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And look at my notes here. Mr. Speaker, this is already covered by the First Amendment protections. Our right to petition our government for the redress of our grievances. Again, earlier, as I said, as the people out front are exercising their First Amendment rights to petition the government, their government. And this bill, so this is not necessary because they already have this right under the First Amendment. So please vote red.
Representative Franzen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, I and other providers out, in the hall, all over the state, want to make sure that they are still allowed to use their trade organizations if they have matters regarding to regulation. Because under those that would be in a union would, have to be exclusively represented by AFSCME or SEIU, and perhaps those providers would rather use Minnesota Family Child Care Association for matters relating to regulations and policy, or perhaps they want to use AcraCare. And so we just want to make sure that providers and personal care attendants are still able to do that. Vote green.
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, I think there's a little bit of confusion here. Those of us that have worked in labor organizations or have been represented by labor organizations understand, but the term exclusive representative is defined in PELRA Chapter 179A.03, and it's an employee organization which has been certified by the Commissioner under Section 179A.12 to meet and negotiate with the employer on their behalf. That's what exclusive representative means. And any group, as the previous amendment, any group that wants to or would wish to be designated as the exclusive representative has that right, and they already have that right, and it's already in the bill. So this amendment's unnecessary. Please vote red.
Representative Franzen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If Representative Nelson would yield to a question.
He will yield. Representative Franzen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Nelson, could you point out to the body and to the viewers at home where exactly in the bill that is addressed?
Representative Nelson.
That would be on line 3.31 and 3.32. The rights or obligation of any state agency to communicate or meet with any citizen or organization concerning family and child care legislation, regulation, or policy shall not be, if you look above that, and that's also covered under the First Amendment. So if this amendment is unnecessary, please vote red.
Representative Benson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Nelson, I want to be clear on this, and then I'll be able to use this information later. But my numbers, I think I have that there are approximately 11,000 licensed child care providers in the state of Minnesota, of which about approximately 6,000 of them receive the child care assistant payments. And then we have approximately 6,500 unlicensed that receive the child care assistance payments. So we have about 17,500 total caregivers, and we have about 12,500 that receive the child care assistance payments. Would you yield to that question, Representative Nelson?
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I guess I don't know what the question is for that sounds like the same information that I have from the Minnesota Department of Human Services. So I guess I wouldn't dispute those numbers.
Representative Benson.
All right, thank you. So for those business owners that don't receive the 5,000, the difference between the 11,000 total license and the 6,000 that receive the assistance payments, for those business owners, I think this is where this amendment comes in. I know you've given us some guarantees with the First Amendment and so on and so forth. I think this is some comfort language that really, I don't see why you'd have any problems at all taking this. It just assures the other 5,000 that don't that their rights wouldn't be infringed upon, and that they would continue to be availed the opportunity to be part of another professional organization and child care business owner providers, and give them the opportunity to come to the Capitol in the same way that the unions will be able to do that. So I really don't see this as any amendment that you would have a problem with. It just assures those extra 5,000 people that they'll have that right, the same right that the organized will, that receive the assistance payment. So, Representative Nelson, I would just hope that maybe you could stand and support this opportunity for those folks to have the same levels of representation. Thank you. Vote green.
Seeing no further discussion on the amendment, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 60 ayes and 69 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Franson moving to amend Senate File 778, the fifth engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A32.
Representative Franzen, the A32 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is a really great amendment. This says, upon receipt of a petition to the Commissioner signed by at least 500 family daycare providers, the Commissioner must provide the same list to an organization working on behalf of providers not wishing to be represented. Simple amendment, and I hope that you can vote green.
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, this is already in the bill. It's unnecessary to put this on. If you look on page 3.1 of the bill, it says, 3.1 and 3.2, when the list is made available to an employee organization under the subdivision, the list must be made publicly available. So once they get to the point where they get 500 cards and can ask for the list, anybody can access the list and get a copy of it. So this is already covered under the bill. So please, it's not necessary. Please vote red. And Mr. Speaker, could I have a roll call?
You may. If there are 15 hands, and there are 15 hands, we'll have a roll call. Representative Franzen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If Representative Benson would yield to a question, please.
Representative Benson?
Representative Benson, yes, thank you.
Representative Benson will yield. Representative Franzen.
Oh, I'm sorry. Representative Nelson.
Representative Nelson will yield.
Yes.
Representative Franzen.
Benson, Nelson. Representative Nelson, so would MLFCCA or any of the groups that are trade associations for child care providers, or AcraCare, who's a trade association for the personal care attendants, would they have to go on their own and collect 500 signatures?
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, no. If you read the plain English language of the bill, is when the list is made available to an employee organization, the list must be publicly available. So they would not have to get 500 signatures to get the list if the list has already been given out to an organization that's attempting to organize these people. Now, if it's AccuCare or any of the groups that you mentioned that were the ones that were doing the organizing, they would have to get the 500 signatures before the list would be available. And once they got the 500 signatures available, then anybody else who would either want to be for or against forming an organization, a bargaining unit, would be able to have the list also.
Representative Franson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, to the body and to the viewers at home, I'm still urging a green vote on this amendment. I want to make sure that we are as transparent as possible, that the providers know that this is a very transparent election, and that it is fair across the board for all, because we certainly do not want to disenfranchise any providers from any election. Thank you.
Representative Mack.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Nelson yield for a question?
He will yield. Representative Mack.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Nelson, just looking for clarification on line 3.2. It talks about that when the employee organization, when the list is made available to an employee organization, it's then made public. If one of these trade associations gets to 500 names before one of the organizations that's looking for exclusive representation, does that also trigger? What is the definition of an employee organization?
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if you look at the bill on line 1.18 for this section, it describes what an exclusive representative is, and that's under Pelra Law 179A. But as we said earlier, it would be any group that's trying to organize these people would be considered an employee organization. And so whoever got to the 500 first would get the list, and that would trigger and make the list available to anybody that asked for it.
Representative Mack.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Nelson, I guess the concern that I have is under the definition of exclusive representative and how that relates to an employee organization, that's under Pelra Law. And my understanding is that there are trade organizations out there who might be interested in this, getting this list as quickly as possible. Maybe don't necessarily want to wait, and it seems like an unfair disadvantage to put that in, that only once an organization that's organized under Chapter 179, only then getting to 500 signatures would trigger that list being made public, if I'm understanding the language of the bill correctly. It seems to give an unfair advantage to one sector over another, and so for that reason, I would support Representative Franson's amendment. I think it makes more of a fair playing field for any organization, not just the ones organized under 179, in terms of having access to that list and those names. So members, I would urge you to vote green for the Franson amendment.
Representative Benson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Nelson, I've got the Pelra Law up, and I'm hoping you can help me understand how you arrived at your bill in the number of 400 in terms of the cards that need to be received back so that the organizing unit can receive the mailing list. Is that something that's established in law already? Is it a % of the total number of people that would be in the bargaining unit at some point? Would you yield for that question?
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, this is actually more restrictive. Now, let me repeat that. This is more restrictive than we require anybody else that wants to form a public or a private union. They don't even have to meet any threshold of 500 cards signed to get a list. This is more restricted than we require anybody else. And so, Mr. Speaker and members, That is why I say vote red on this amendment. It's not necessary. And thank you.
Representative Benson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Nelson yield for another question?
He will. Representative Benson.
Mr. Representative Nelson, well, you're giving us or citing us that, in fact, that it's more restrictive. I'm just trying to understand if I can get an answer to my question. How did you arrive at 400? We took testimony in labor and workforce and regulated industries that it seemed like we were already there in terms of the number of cards that the union had gotten back. And so while I'm up, I'll ask two questions. Please help me understand how you got to 500. And then second, are you going to count cards that they've been already collecting for a number of years? Or will it be a new number of cards? Will they have to go out and collect a new number of 500? Or it will be cards that they've already been collecting for the last 500 years?
Representative Nelson.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Representative Benson, it's 500 cards, not 400. And that's just a typo that you're reading, but if you're reading 400. And I don't think any of these groups have been available for 500 years. But no, Representative Benson, when they start this process, if and when this bill becomes law, they would and if when they start an organizing drive to do this, they'd have to start fresh and have to go get 500 new signatures for 500 people. And it could be people that have already signed and they'd go back and say, here, sign the card and date it. But it would be starting fresh. So any cards that were signed in the past that people say they don't want to have used would no longer be valid. They'd have to start fresh with new cards.
Representative Benson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Representative Nelson, will they be time-stamped? Will they be postmarked? How will an outside observer who would like to understand how this process is done, will they know, in fact, that the cards are ones that have been recently issued after this bill has been passed?
Representative Nelson will yield. Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if you look at the cards that we passed out that AFSCME has said that they're going to be using, and they have been using, the top line says signature and date. So the person who signs the card will date it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Benson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So they can date it and put the date on it. I understand. So we still don't have an answer in terms of the 500. I thought I said 500. I guess maybe I said 400. I apologize if that's the case. I still don't have 500, but if I do the math, members, they only need 4% of the people that they're going after to organize in order to come up with the threshold to get the list. It would seem, at least, that's a pretty small number, although you say it's more restrictive. It would seem they'd have a pretty good leg up on getting to that number when they only need 30%. So 30% of the total of people that are receiving CCAP, 11,500. They've already got 500 if they're interested in the union in the first place, with a lengthened time period, of course. I'm just trying to find out if you're saying it's more restrictive. I'm trying to still understand how you arrived at 500.
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We could move it to 100. We could take it completely out of the bill and go to what is current practice, where there is no bar that they have to reach. Again, this is more restrictive than current law. This is more restrictive than we make any other organization that's trying to organize people in this state get to get a list. So it just seemed like a reasonable round number to show interest before they were able to get a list.
Representative Benson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll just wrap it up. I think that the Franzen Amendment goes a long way in providing some comfort to organizations, and I think that members, this is a good vote. I'd vote green.
Representative Newberger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, members, or as we would say in Russia, Dobre Udra. I was wondering if the good Representative Nelson would feel spry enough to answer a few questions.
Representative Nelson will yield. Representative Newberger.
Dobre Utra. Representative Nelson, I have a question for you. Now, I can't use props. I'd take off my glasses, but I wouldn't be able to see without them. I'm looking at this card, and as I read this, it says, upon receipt, this is the amendment, of the petition to the Commissioner signed by at least 500 family daycare providers. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but is that 500 of the interest cards you're talking about?
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes.
Representative Newberger.
Well, thank you. Would the good representative stand for another question?
He will. Representative Newberger.
Thank you. Well, as I look at this example card, it says here that we need a signature and a date, and then we have to print our names, good thing, and we have our email address and our phone number. So how do we know that these cards are signed by who they say they're signed by? How do we know that someone didn't just, you didn't get 500 unscrupulous people, not that those people exist in this world, and that they didn't sign 500 cards and you had some unscrupulous organization drop them in 500 unscrupulous mailboxes and have them all come back? How do you know? Is there any notarization process? Is there a thumbprint, a blood sample? So is there anything that we can do that would have a unique identifying mark on this card?
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, we're going back, and this is what the Bureau of Mediation Services does. And the Bureau of Mediation Services would be the one that would ascertain if these are properly signed cards and before they give the list. And so they've been doing this for 40 years. They've been conducting these elections in the state of Minnesota for 40 years. And I trust that they've been doing a great job, and I don't want to impugn them that I don't think they'd be doing anything unscrupulous.
I see.
Representative Newberger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to the relief of the body, I removed the gum from my mouth. So we're taking these as a step of faith then, correct? Representative Nelson, if you would yield for a reply.
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, if they falsified the cards, that would be fraud. And if they signed somebody else's name, that would be forgery. And I believe we have laws on our books that deal with fraud and forgery. And if that was ascertained that somebody was doing that, I don't think the unions would do that, because they would go to jail for a long time if they did that above and beyond what normal fraud and forgery, because it would be an unfair labor practices and it'd be covered by those laws. So I don't think that's going to happen. And there are laws to deal with that if that happens. And again, that's what the VMS does, and that's what they certify, and that's their job. And they've been doing that job, a great job, for 40 years.
Representative Newberger.
Why, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, as we know, the number one crime in America and the known Western and Eastern world happens to be identity fraud. So having just a signed card dropped in the mailbox delivered by the post office, for me, isn't good enough. There should probably be at a minimum, a notarization process that's involved here. However, that's another topic we could probably discuss later, maybe in another hour or so. But I do want to thank the good Representative Franson for thinking about everybody having their fair share and how we can celebrate diversity by extending this list out to other people who might be thinking otherwise. I highly suggest that we vote green on this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Franson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if Representative Nelson wouldn't mind yielding to a question, please.
He will yield. Representative Franson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to members, to the body, to the viewers at home, and Representative Nelson, I'm just very concerned about the lack of transparency that we are setting before the public here on this issue before us. You know, I handed out, as well as Representative Fitzsimmons, we both handed out the same same thing from Seton, Peters, and Revenue. And I'm just going to talk about this now, so perhaps you can think about it and realize that actually what we are doing here in this body today is actually wasting a lot of taxpayers' time and dollars. We're wasting each other's times. Representative McNamer is sleeping. The providers out there are tired. They've been... Sorry. The bill is unconstitutional. And have you had a chance to look at this, Representative Nelson?
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I've looked at the bill and I've read the bill.
Representative Franzen.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Representative Benson, or Nelson, I'm sorry. It was actually the sheet that was handed out from Seton, Peters, and Revenue. And I'm looking at page 2, or the second page, at page 2, and it would be the second paragraph that starts, the family child care providers affected by the proposed legislation can only be properly categorized as private sector employees under NLRA and cannot be converted to public employees as the bill does simply by saying so. In my amendment, I also delete the word employee on page 3, line 2. Could you just tell the body and to the viewers at home why we are continuing to bring this bill forward when, in fact, it is probably not legal?
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members, and Representative Franzen. And yeah, there's a lot of Scandahoovians in the state of Minnesota, so, you know, we kind of all look alike, I guess. But anyway, I have seen this thing that you've passed out, and that's one lawyer's opinion. They're not the Supreme Court. They're not the Minnesota Supreme Court. They're not the U.S. Supreme Court or the U.S. Court of Appeals. And the attorneys that have advised me that I believe this bill is legal. It's been done in multiple states, and it has not been challenged. So I believe it would stand up to a challenge by the Supreme Court. So I see no problem with the bill, and that's why I'm progressing it. I think it's important that we give people, some of the lowest paid workers we have in the state of Minnesota, the ability to organize, to improve their lives, improve their working conditions, and make their lives better for them and their families.
Representative Franzen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just want to address that these are self-employed business owners. They set their own wages. They set their own work conditions. And members, I ask that you vote green.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Clerk will close the roll. There being 60 ayes and 70 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Anderson S. moving to amend Senate File 778, the fifth engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 838.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, what my amendment does is it requires a majority of all ballots mailed in order to have a election certified. Under the current bill language that we have, if 1,000 ballots are mailed out, but only 300 ballots are returned, the majority of the 300 ballots is what triggers the certification. Well, if you take 1,000 ballots but only 300 returned, and 30% of 300 is 90 ballots to certify an election. What my amendment says is that out of those 1,000 that are mailed, you have to have a majority out of that 1,000 that are mailed. So you're talking 501. So, members, I ask for your support, and I also ask for a roll call, Madam Speaker.
Representative Anderson requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm glad I looked up. I didn't call you Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is simply not the way we conduct elections in this country. It's the majority of the people that vote. Because we also in this country have the right not to vote. That is part of our right. And that's the way we conduct elections. There's a number of people, I believe, sitting in this chamber who didn't get 50% of the registered voters in their legislative district. Because there's a lot of registered voters in our districts that don't vote. They choose not to vote because that's their right. Just like it's their right to vote, there's also their right not to vote. So, Mr. Speaker, this is not the way we conduct elections in this country, and so I ask everybody for a red vote.
Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, Representative Nelson, while I was waiting for our amendment to come up, I checked on a couple of things. We are supplied, each member, in our desk, 3 different books. We're supplied with the Minnesota Constitution. We are also supplied with the permanent rules of the House. And we are also supplied with the joint rules of the House and the Senate. And I'm just going to start with the Minnesota Constitution, because that's what guides us as a state. That guides every decision that we make here on this House floor and as our state as a whole. And Representative Nelson, I'm going to direct you to Section 22 of Article 4. So Article 4, Section 22 of your Minnesota Constitution, you can find it in your desk. And here it says, majority vote of all members to pass a law. I think we are all very familiar, because we have been doing a lot of passing of laws, a lot of them not so good. But we sit here and we actually have a roll call vote for every law that leaves this body. In fact, we have a roll call vote, and it requires majority vote, mind you, for every time a bill leaves this body, goes to the Senate, and then when it comes back, we also need a majority vote for then. Because our founding fathers of our state said, you know what, it's important to have the majority vote. It's not just our founding fathers. If you take a look at the permanent rules of the House, these are the rules that we passed as a body. The majority in particular. Representative Nelson, you voted for these rules. And if you look at section 3.22, we require a majority vote for any amendment to increase an appropriation or tax. A majority vote. Seems like something minor maybe to you, but certainly to the citizens of the state and this entire body, they think that's a pretty big deal. And what we're trying to do here in this amendment is say, if you're going to mail out 1,000 ballots, but you only get 300 of them back, you should at least have a majority of that 1,000. Make it 501, because under your bill right now, you're saying, I'm going to mail out 1,000 ballots, only 300 come back, and it's only going to take 90 people. 90 out of 1,000 people to certify this election. I don't think that's the idea that the public has of what should trigger a union. I know those providers that are sitting out there right now, every time when the door opens, yelling, vote no, it's because they don't want to have their lives ruled by the votes of 90 people. They want a majority. 501. Just like we have on every single bill that we pass out of this body. Members, please vote green.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 61 ayes and 70 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Anderson S. moving to amend Senate File 778, the fifth engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A49.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, since we couldn't convince Representative Nelson to at least make this a majority vote, instead we got a situation where it's going to be 90 people that could essentially certify an election. What's good for the goose, Representative Nelson, should be good for the gander. So what this amendment says is that in order to decertify an election, we're going to have the same process that you set up for certification of the election. So if you're mailing out 1,000 ballots, but you only get 30 back, 90 people would certify that election. I'm going to do it on the reverse then, and say for decertification, same thing. It only takes 90 people out of that 300 to decertify the election. Members, please vote green.
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, this is current law. And I think Representative Anderson has it a little, I'm not following her math. Because if we mail out 1,000 cards and they get 900 back, it's 50% plus one of the cards they get back, or if they get 400 back or 300 back. It's 50% plus one. So it's not 90. If they got 300 cards back, my math says that's 150 plus one would be 151 ballots. But anyway, that's the same way the decertification election works. In the bill, they have to get 30% of what the BMS certifies the unit to be to get to a vote. It's the same way for decertification election in current law, in PELRA. That if the people that are in the bargaining unit decide that I don't want to have this union anymore, They can collect signature cards. Once they get 30% of the people in the bargaining unit, they can call for an election, and then they have to get 50% plus one of the people that voted. Again, this is the way our elections are held. And Representative Anderson, there's one big difference when you were studying the Minnesota Constitution as to why, between us and the general public, we in the legislature were elected to be here, and we're compelled to vote unless we have been asked to be excused because of something that affects us. So we're compelled to vote. Our private citizens in the state of Minnesota and the people that will be voting on this don't have to vote if they choose not to. That's their right. We in the legislature are compelled to vote on everything, and to pass the bill we have to have 68, the majority, to win. But when we're passing many different amendments here, or not amendments, when we're passing points of order, it's just the majority of the people that are voting, not the majority of the legislature. So, members, this is an unnecessary amendment. It's already current law. And please, Madam Chair, can I have a roll call?
Representative Nelson requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Nelson, let me ask you this. If this is such a popular idea, what is it that you're afraid of? Why don't you feel that it's necessary to have a majority vote of all of those people that are eligible to vote? What is it that you're so afraid will happen? Is it the fact that 86% of daycare providers oppose unionization? Could it be that? Remember, when you had your bill coming out of this House floor, you had a 10% threshold, Representative Nelson. It wasn't until this was amended over in the Senate that we got back up to the 30%. All we're asking for here is that we hold this situation to the same standard that we hold ourselves every single day. There is no difference, Representative Nelson, between us and the public, because we are servants of the public, and we are here to help them. We are their voice. And yet here you are, silencing those folks that are standing out there, just asking to be left alone, just saying we want to be able to have our own private business, do our job well, and take care of the kids that they love. That's all that they're asking for, Representative Nelson. Fairness. And instead, you're rigging it. You're rigging it so that you get the result that you want. Members, this is just unbelievable. I encourage you to vote green. Not because we know what's better for the people, because the people know what's better for themselves. They know how to take care of themselves, not us. Vote green.
The member from Wabasha, Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I second that motion, Representative Anderson. Members, if we are going to have any semblance of trust from the daycare providers out there, they are largely opposed to this, Representative Nelson. You know that. 86 or 87% or more of them are opposed to this bill and everything it represents. If we're going to have some element of trust, let's assure them with language in the bill, in black and white, that will show them that you can become decertified exactly the same way with the same thresholds as you can be certified. It only makes sense, it's only fair, and it will bring forward the trust that we need if this bill is to go forward. Members urge you to put forward a green vote for this amendment.
The member from Chisago, Representative Barrett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would Representative Nelson yield for a question?
He will yield. Representative Barrett.
Representative Nelson, if you could look on line 3.7, please. And I'd like to know if the language regarding 30% of the appropriate unit wishes to be represented by the petitioner, is that currently in law?
Representative Nelson.
Madam Chair, yes, that's current Pell law for conducting union elections, certification elections. They get 30% of the ballot, not the ballot, 30% of the cards that are signed, that's 30% of the appropriate bargaining unit that's set by the BMS. Once they reach that threshold, they can ask for an election. And in current law, if you want to decertify, it's the same threshold. So, Madam Chair and members, this amendment is unnecessary because it's current law. We don't have to change anything or put it in the bill. It's already what pertains in current law.
Representative Barrett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Nelson, you actually made my point. You made my point in two different ways. First of all, the version that left the House, or was the House version of this bill, had 10%. So you had 10% in a bill in which current law mandates 30%. Okay, that's point number one. You made my point. That's why we need 30% decertification in the bill. Even though it's current law, you said it's current law. Line 3.7, 3.8, current law, it's still in the bill. We have 30% here of the people that want to be a part of it in the bill. It's current law, even though you wanted 10% initially. For the same reason, we should have 30% who want to be decertified in the bill as well, even though that's current law. It just makes sense.
The member from Douglas, Representative Franson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, to those watching at home, those watching out in the chamber, Representative Nelson talks about current law. Well, did you know that federal law mandates that it is unfair labor practice for an employer to dominate or interfere with the formation or administration of any labor organization or contribute financial or other support to it? Yet this legislation purports to create a framework to form a union of employers and business owners. As such, is directly contrary to, this would be federal law, Section 8A2's prohibition against employer interference in financial contribution to a union. The election called for in the legislation would provide for representation of these employers by unions, giving the employers an impermissible voice in the administration of the union. The very home-based child care providers who are to vote on unionization and could pay union dues as a consequence are employers who are prohibited by NLRA from any such activity. Yet we're talking about current laws. So members, I ask that you vote with Representative Anderson on her amendment. That would be a green vote. Thank you.
Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Will Representative Nelson yield?
He will yield. Representative Anderson.
Representative Nelson, can you tell me, are these business owners considered state employees under your legislation?
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members. What this legislation does is allows those daycare providers and those personal care attendants who wish to try and form a bargaining unit and form a union. That's what this legislation does. And members, there's been a lot of talk here about nobody wants it. And again, we have a higher bar than normal to get the list. They got to get 30% interest, a card signed to get to an election. They need to win an election. And I guess people ask me, what am I afraid of? I guess, what are you afraid of? If there's nobody wants it, they won't get 500 signatures on cards to get a list. If nobody wants it, they won't get 30% of the bargaining unit that the BMS sets to get to an election. And if nobody wants it, they won't get 50% plus one to win the election. So I was asked by a couple of people, what am I afraid of? What are you afraid of? If nobody wants it, we're just allowing people who want to do this to try and form a union. And if nobody wants it, it won't happen. because they won't get the 500 signatures, they won't get the 30% of the bargaining unit, and they won't get the 50% plus one in an election. So what are we afraid of here? This bill is about letting people have a choice, letting people be able to vote, something that we in this country hold dear. Please vote red on this amendment.
Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Nelson, the question that I asked you is, under your piece of legislation, are these business owners considered state employees? Could you please answer that, please?
Would you like him to yield? He will yield. Representative Nelson.
For the limited purposes of this bill, yes, they'll be considered employees of the state of Minnesota, the ones that get subsidies for the state of Minnesota.
Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Nelson. I'm glad that you confirmed that. I was reading the language in the bill where it very clearly states that these small business owners shall be considered, by virtue of this section, executive branch state employees. Representative Nelson, I'd like to direct you next to a section of the law. It is Minnesota Statute 179A.12. And if you look at subdivision 4 of that portion of the statute, in there it has a narrow window in which these small business owners can opt to decertify the election. In fact, because they are considered executive branch state employees, as listed in your legislation, they cannot decertify the election. They're pretty much locked in. It's a window of no more than 270 days and not less than 210 days before its date of termination. So they're locked in. So when you say that, well, decertification is the same that it is for certification, that's incorrect. Because Representative Nelson, they can certify anytime they want. There's no window. There's no 3 strikes and you're out. There's no, okay, you didn't make it this time, you have to wait 3 years. There's nothing like that, Representative Nelson. Instead, what these folks are faced with is, once this is in place, they're locked in, and they have no choice. No option to get out. No buyer's remorse whatsoever. So let's be clear for the state of Minnesota. We're asking small business owners that have been doing just fine on their own, making a buck, primarily women too to boot, doing this on their own, out of their homes, and loving their work. We're now going to call them state employees and lock them into a union and never give them the chance to get out. That's wrong, Representative Nelson. Members, that's wrong. Please vote green on this amendment.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would the author of the bill yield to a question?
He will. Representative Quam.
Thank you. Looking at this amendment in regards to process for election, and looking at the Senate language, which is slightly different than the bill I had seen before, can you clarify exactly, one, is the eligibility to vote also the same as the eligibility of those that are allowed to sign the cards, such as you've presented and we've been discussing earlier? Two, if the 12-month is rolling with each monthly list as dictated in your pages 2 and 3. And then 3, in your bill, you indicate on 217 and 18, the only appropriate unit under this section shall be a statewide unit of all family child care providers who meet the definition, and I won't go on to read the sections, Actually, if you can answer the other two, then I'll get on to the point of what I just read.
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, or Madam Speaker. And if I got these right, it's election, talking about the eligibility for the election and who would be eligible for the election. I think that's what I understood. The question, like any organizing election to form a union any place, you set up a time period. These people that were employed at this place during this time period, the people, because we're here, you were using the CCAP dollars for the daycare workers. Those that have taken CCAP kids in the last 12 months will be eligible to sign a card, will be eligible to vote in the election if one is called for, and then once the union is certified, or the bargaining unit is certified, going forward from them, only those people that are CCAP kids and are taking CCAP dollars will be eligible to be in that bargaining unit. So when you ask if somebody stops taking CCAP children, they're no longer in the unit. If 2 years down the road they're not in the unit anymore and somebody calls for a decertification election, those people that voted to form the union may not be still in the union if they're no longer taking CCAP kids.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and Representative Nelson. In the discussion earlier, it appeared as if, and plus I'm seeing up above, that there are two organizing entities that are sending out petitions or these cards, whatever the appropriate term. In your bill, it stipulates there'd be only one for the entire state of Minnesota. Therefore, can you enlighten upon me how you determine if there are multiple organizing units vying for the single? Therefore, of the total people that voted to organize, and you've got a possibility of, say, voting for green, voting for purple, or voting for none of the above, in order to win and be, as in subdivision 2, 217 and 18, the only appropriate unit under this section shall be a statewide unit for all, or of all, family child care providers, then does that mean that 50% plus one would have to vote for one of the two?
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, if I got the question right, I had trouble understanding it. If multiple groups choose to try and organize a group, not just this group, but any group of employees, it would be the one that gets the majority of the bargaining unit, of the people voting, that would be certified as the exclusive bargaining agent. And that's no different in this case or in any other union certification procedure.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Nelson, for clarifying that in the bill that we are trying to amend and we're debating, that if this becomes law, only one of the two organizing units would be able to be the only appropriate unit under this section for all family child care providers meeting the definition, and that in order to do so, they would not only have to received more than the other bargaining entity, that they would have to receive 50% plus one of all votes cast, including those voting not to organize. And I thank you for that clarification, and I hope that the people watching understand the full implications of that.
The member from Wright, Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Nelson, you said that this piece of legislation gives people a voice just now when you were answering Representative Anderson's debate, her question, in regards to her amendment, and I stand to support her amendment. I think it's a good idea. It's fair. So, you said this piece of legislation gives people a voice. That's your words. Well, we've heard from the people, the private companies, the daycare, the business owners. We've heard from them already. KSTP Channel 5 did a survey just earlier this week. My wife was watching it on TV. I got home late from the session, and she said, well, I just heard a survey from the Channel 5. She said that 86% of private business owners oppose this bill. And guess what, ladies and gentlemen, Madam Speaker? KSTP did it on their own dime, not the taxpayers' dime. Representative Nelson, would you yield for a question?
He will yield. Representative McDonald.
I'm very happy. I'm glad to see that this means he will. Okay, Representative Nelson, do you know how much your bill will cost the state of Minnesota?
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, or Madam Speaker. There's a fiscal part in the bill, I believe $2 million, but the election process will cost, I don't think it will cost the state of Minnesota nothing.
Representative McDonald.
Madam Speaker, the fiscal note that I have here in the next 4 years will cost the state of Minnesota $5,831,000. And I'll remind you, when you said that this piece of legislation gives people a voice, according to the KSTB Channel 5 survey just a couple of days ago, 86% of private business owners said they were not in favor of it. And that doesn't cost the state of Minnesota anything. The survey's done. Their voice has been heard, but you chose to ignore it. Representative Nelson, would you yield for another question?
He will yield. Representative McDonald.
Representative Nelson, do you know how many full-time employees your bill adds to the state?
Representative Nelson.
Madam Speaker, Representative McDonald, I haven't looked at that today, and I've been dealing with other things, so it's a little fuzzy on the number, but it does create, they do say in there it's going to create full-time, it will cost full-time equivalents in the bill. But again, what we're talking about here, Madam Speaker and members, I don't know, we're kind of far from debating the thing that's before us. I think what's before us is Representative Anderson's A49 amendment, which talks about a certification election has to be the same as the regular election. Again, that's current state law. And so, members, please vote red on the amendment.
Representative McDonald.
Madam Speaker. Well, in her amendment, if we pass this, this will allow for private business owners to rescind their membership from the union, if I read this correctly. Therefore, I surmise that will save the state money if your bill becomes law, because your bill creates in the next 4 years, you weren't aware of it, evidently, because you should be, because it's your bill, Representative Nelson, but 53 new full-time employees. And there will be 53 new full-time employees for quite a long time, not just 4 years. and a cost of $5,831,000 from 2014 to 2017. So if this amendment, which I support and I hope that you as well, will be adopted, as people rescind their membership to this union, and if I'm incorrect, please someone correct me, then that will save the state of Minnesota some money. It'll save the state of Minnesota. It'll save hard-working taxpayers money. So the point is this, and I'll sit down. You said again, and I'll repeat it because it's worth repeating, this piece of legislation gives people a voice. The people are private providers, private business owners, a voice. And according to the KSTP, Channel 5, 86% don't want it. So vote for this amendment. Perhaps you'll continue to save the state of Minnesota some money if this gets passed on. And last question, would you yield for a question, Madam Speaker? Would he yield for a question?
He will. Representative McDonald.
Representative Nelson, do you know how much it costs a year for infant care for hardworking Minnesotans?
Representative Nelson.
Madam Speaker and members, seeing as how my three sons are all past the age of majority, I have not looked into that for a while, so no, I do not know that number.
Representative McDonald.
Well, Representative Nelson, don't you think that would be kind of an important thing for you to realize under your bill? You're probably aware that your bill will cost taxpayers, it costs folks who use daycare providers, business owners, an increase in their rate. It'll cost them more. We've heard from daycare providers, businessmen and women, and they said the cost will have to go up. The cost, if you hadn't known, on an average year for an infant care is $13,000 for 1 year. And for a preschooler, that's $10,000 a year. But every daycare provider that I heard, business owner, businessmen and women in my district of Wright County, said that they will have to increase the cost if this bill becomes law. So if you are not aware of the cost to Minnesota families who pay to have their children looked at by wonderful folks, that you're going to force them to join the union, and you don't even know how much they charge or how much it's costing them, and that it's going to increase the cost of them per year, don't you think that's an important thing to know? Your bill has repercussions, and it'll hurt every person that uses these business folks and costing more money. You know it, I know it, everybody in this body knows it. And now you know it. You should have found that out before you presented this bill to the House floor.
The member from Chisago, Representative Barrett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. You know, the more I look at this thing, the more troubled I am. Here we're debating a bill in the dark of the night while Minnesota is sleeping. And it's going to affect all of them, taxpayers, child care owners, and those that bring their kids to child care, all of them. We're doing it at 5 o'clock in the morning on a Sunday morning. I'm troubled by what I've heard tonight. Representative Anderson mentioned a particular statute, 179A.12. It said that these child care owners, business owners, small business owners, they're going to become employees. And they can't decertify. That's not what you said, Representative Nelson. You said they could. Let's adopt this amendment. Representative Nelson, if you'd yield.
He'll yield. Representative Barrett.
Quick question for you, Representative Nelson. What are you afraid of?
Representative Nelson.
Madam Speaker, I'm not afraid.
The member from Stearns, Representative O'Driscoll. Oh, were you? Representative Barrett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Nelson, I'm sorry I didn't hear the answer.
He will yield. Representative Nelson.
Madam Speaker, I'm not afraid.
Representative Barrett.
Madam Speaker, Representative Nelson, good. Let's adopt the amendment.
The member from Stearns, Representative O'Driscoll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Listening carefully to the debate on this particular amendment, we're talking about who's afraid of whatever they're afraid of in the middle of the night, but nonetheless, my comment would be to Representative Nelson, if he would yield for a question.
He will yield. Representative O'Driscoll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Nelson, In the bill right now, there's a provision for certification and decertification at 30%. Can you tell me how that language got in this particular bill? Because my recollection was the House had a different level on that.
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's good now to speak on the amendment. We haven't been doing that for a little bit here, but as I said before earlier, when I was asked this question, we're taking the Senate language, and that's the bill we're debating. We're not debating the bill that was the House language. The Senate language was inserted, and the Senate language it had 30%, and that's where we're at now.
Representative O'Driscoll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Nelson, you and I have a long history of talking about that 10 versus 30%, whether it's been in the couple of committees that we've had it, and I had an amendment on the House floor when we first brought this through. I think you are afraid of something. I think you're afraid that 30% would have been a little difficult to get in your version of the bill, and you wanted to drop it down to 10%. And then the Senate said, you know what, we're going to play by the rules. We're going to play by PELRA. We're not going to put PELRA under attack. We're just going to leave it right where it's at. We don't want to deal with that issue. Madam Speaker, would Representative Nelson yield to another question, please?
He will. Representative O'Driscoll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Nelson, to the issue of certification and decertification, maybe you can help us to get a better comfort level why that shouldn't be an issue. So I want to play out some of the context of what might happen if this becomes law here in the state of Minnesota, where we're bringing together hardworking taxpayers and small business owners and putting them into a union-type setting that they may or may not want to be in. The question is this. Would we be certifying and decertifying this as a statewide union or a local affiliation of a statewide union?
Representative Nelson.
Madam Speaker, the bill states that it's going to be a statewide bargaining unit.
Representative O'Driscoll.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. So, Representative Nelson, there would just be one or two unions then for the union groups that are advocating and have visited with us as legislators on this. So they would have a single union covering the state. There wouldn't be any locals that would be a part of that. And I'll go one step further with you on that, and that is in the area that I live in St. Cloud, there might not be the Central Minnesota local such and such or the 7-county metro such and such of that particular organization. So it's either thumbs up statewide or thumbs down statewide. Am I correct?
He will yield. Representative Nelson.
I believe that's so.
Representative O'Driscoll.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. If we believe that's so, I guess I'd like to know a little bit more about it. And if we aren't sure about it, this amendment would really help us to provide some clarity as to how that process would work, whether it was at a local or whether it was at a statewide organization. So, Representative Nelson, I don't think that this is a big deal for you to agree to help, again, preserve the integrity of the process here in the state of Minnesota. And if you just said yes to this, I think we could get on to some other amendments and maybe even get back to the other budget bills that the hardworking taxpayers of Minnesota would like us to get accomplished. Members, please vote yes on this amendment.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Benson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would Representative Nelson yield to a question?
He will yield. Representative Benson.
You, Representative Nelson. You may not remember saying this. I know I had to write the question down because I just about forgot it in 10 minutes. But not during this conversation on this amendment, you stated earlier that child care business owners, providers, owners would be eligible to vote if they'd had CPAP or CAP payments within a certain number of months. Are you aware that providers who receive these payments go through a certification process, and that certification process is good for 2 years? And the second question would be, so if they're certified for CCAP, but then because of this amendment, this bill, and I have to say, members, I think most of you have seen the same data in terms of only 86% or 86% said they don't want to belong to the union. But even a more compelling thing to think about is that if the bill goes through and the unionization effort is successful, that better than half of these individuals have said that they would drop children that receive the payments. So my question is, if they're certified for 2 years, they're included in this because you said earlier that they would be eligible to vote. If they dropped a child, would they immediately be able to withdraw from the union? Or would they have to wait to the end of the certification period?
Representative Nelson.
Madam Speaker, I think there's getting some more confusion here. If a union gets certified, the certification period has to do with the election. And if the election, if 50% plus one of the people in the state that get CCAP dollars vote on a ballot to certify that we want a union, then that's the certification process. Once it's certified, then anybody that's taking CCAP children would be included in the bargaining unit. If you are no longer, you may have been able to vote because the bill goes back a year. In the last year, you might have had CCAP children, but if you don't have CCAP children now, you won't have to be in the union. And if you stop taking CCAP children, you will no longer be in the union. The certification process has nothing to do with that going forward. That's going back, looking back to see who would be involved in the election process.
Representative Benson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Nelson, well, there was some confusion, but the certification process does exist for CCAP providers. They get recertified every 2 years. The reason I know that is I asked the providers before I asked the question not more than an hour ago. But I think you've provided me with an answer. But I think here's some danger in whether if the bill is passed and the union's effort to organize is successful, we have many of these business owners that have decided if that's the case, they're going to drop these individuals. And I think what you've told me is that once they have dropped a child that was taking CCAP, that immediately upon notifying the state that they have dropped this person, that they will immediately be able to withdraw from the union. Is that not correct? Would you yield for that question?
He will yield. Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes.
Representative, the member from Sherburne, Representative Newberger.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good morning, members. I was wondering if the good Representative Nelson would yield for a question.
He will yield. Representative Newberger.
Why, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm looking at this card, and as I read through this amendment here that Representative Anderson has put forth here on the decertification elections, I've been kind of mulling this over in my mind. And as we look at these cards here that are going to be sent out, there's only one choice, and it's yes. I don't see anywhere on this card that you can say no. Now, I was wondering if Representative Nelson would tell me, we have a precedence here with our constitutional amendments. If he would tell me what does it mean if you don't fill in the blank? What does that count as?
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, I think there's some confusion going on here. These cards are not the ballot. These cards say, yes, I want to be counted for the certification process, yes, that I want to have a union. But once they get to 30% and they call for an election, the Bureau of Mediation Services sends out the ballot, and then they handle the election procedure. And these cards are not involved in that, other than that this is what they use to get the proof that they have 30% of the bargaining unit that's been certified by the BMS that 30% of those people that have been certified to be in that bargaining unit want to have an election. But these cards are not the ballot. That comes from the Bureau of Mediation Services, and in that ballot would have yes or no on the ballot.
Representative Newberger.
Why, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm sorry, Representative Nelson, if you would feel good enough to answer my question. As far as the precedent is concerned, what does it mean when you don't fill in the blank on a constitutional amendment?
Representative Nelson.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, I think we're not on the amendment, which is having the same rules for certifying and decertifying, which is current law. So I don't know why, like I said, the amendment's not necessary. As far as the constitutional amendment, the way our state constitution is written is that anyone that votes no or doesn't vote is considered as a no vote. But that's our state constitution having to deal with constitutional amendments. That's not how we elect people to the Minnesota House of Representatives. That's not how we elect mayors to our cities or dog catchers in our cities or anybody else.
Well, Representative Newberger.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I just wanted to set this precedent because, and I'm not talking about the election, I'm just talking about the process that will start an election. If we mail out 1,000 cards, 1,000 of these cards, I can't hold them up because we can't use props. If we mail out 1,000 of these cards where the only answer that you can mail back is yes, and let's say 300 of them come back. So 300 come back and the other 700 don't. That's going to trigger an election, even though 700 of them don't come back. And we have a precedent that says if you don't fill in the blank on something, that potentially it means no. So I'm looking here and I'm thinking if we send out 1,000 cards and where the only answer is yes, I don't see anywhere on this card that I can't hold up because we can't use props, but I don't see anywhere on this card where I can mail it back and say no. Now, having a decertification clause in this law, I think levels the playing field here, and it would allow people to have access to more choice as far as how their personal family businesses are going to be run as we look at that. Now, the reason I bring that up is because I did my own survey. I spent 4 days on phone. I looked up every daycare provider in my district. I called every one of them. And there was about 100. And I spent a lot of time on the phone, and I spoke to everyone, like I said, or half of them I got through to. The other half I left a real annoying message. Well, it was a good message. Some people might think it was annoying. Suffice to say, I had 45, because I had 2 more come back here. I had 45 total contacts. 3 said that they wanted this. Now, I wanted to be open-minded about this. I really did, because I think there's balance and there's a time and a place for unions. I really do. So as a representative, I wanted to make sure, I wanted to know how my district felt about this. And I found out. 3 said no. Or said yes. I'm getting tired here. So 3 say yes. But when we mail out this interest card, the only answer is, yes, I want this. We send out 1,000 cards, for example, or in my district, we send out 100 cards, and only 30 come back, and now we're going to trigger an election? Members, let's level the playing field here, and let's look at how we have been manipulating numbers over time. And let's level the playing field and adopt the Anderson Amendment, which, as I said, levels the playing field. Thank you.
The member from Wabasha, Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would Representative Nelson yield for a question?
He's still awake and he will yield. Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Nelson, line 2.19 of the bill, and you pointed it out earlier, we had the discussion, and you corrected my misinterpretation of that section of the bill. But I think that's the part of the bill there where it says those who have had an active registration under Chapter 119B within the previous 12 months, that is the requirement for these individuals to be unionized. So the question is, Representative Nelson, how do they withdraw then? It appears to me that there doesn't really even need to be CCAP payments necessarily that goes to these providers, but rather they need to be registered with the county to receive payments or to have their accounts set up for them to have the ability to receive CCAP payments should they have CCAP children that they are taking care of. So the question would be, what do they have to do then as a, at that point, unionized provider who would like to withdraw from the union? It appears very clearly that they will have to deliberately go to the county and somehow remove their registration and have the wherewithal to even realize that, which they may not, because they may be in a position to say, you know, I no longer have CCAP children in my daycare, so since I don't have CCAP children in my daycare, as soon as the last one leaves and finds a different provider or whatever, I'm no longer in the union. But that's not true. It goes back to their registration with the county under 119B. So how are daycare providers going to come to realization or be communicated to about the need to go to the county to enter into a deliberate process to remove that registration, or to even remember that that registration exists?
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the registration they're talking about here is people who are taking CCAP children. And the state of Minnesota has that list. And if they're getting CCAP children, that's what the 119B talks about. And so if they stop taking CCAP children, they will no longer be in the union. And if they, but the people that will be able to be certified to vote in the election are the people that for the last 12 months may have had somebody and may have taken CCAP subsidy from the state of Minnesota.
Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If the author would yield again.
He will yield. Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, Representative Nelson, that's not what the bill says. It doesn't say that they have to be taking CCAP. It merely says that they have had an active registration under Chapter 119B, and I'm told that's the county, within the previous 12 months. So if within the previous, at any point in the previous 12 months, and there may even be a gap as far as I can read what is in the bill here, there may be a gap up to, it may have been 11 months since they were last registered with the county. Their registration may have been dropped 11 months ago, but under your bill, it appears very clear that they would still be a member of the union and paying union dues. So how are we to fix what appears to be a broken bill so that these daycare business owners have the ability to go and remove their registration?
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And if you look up on the, starting on page 1 on line 21, it defines what a family care provider is. And on line 2.23, on 2.2, excuse me, and who receives child care assistance to subsidize child care services for a child or children currently in their care. So those are the people that will be in the, if a union is formed, be in the union. The part down here about certifying the appropriate unit is they look back 12 months and allow all those people that have been in the last 12 months who have taken CCAP children the ability to have a voice to vote yes or vote no, whether they want to form a union.
Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and Representative Nelson, they're still here. And it appears, Representative Nelson, that not only under the bill may they be forced to maintain their dues and their membership in the union while not necessarily intending to or having CCAP kids in the household within the confines of their daycare business, but it appears they may even be able to vote if they're not receiving, in a union election, if they're not receiving CCAP benefits. So I think that's very problematic. One other thing, Representative Nelson, I'd like to address. The point was brought up earlier. What are people afraid of? Why is Representative Anderson's amendment here? You assert that it's not necessary, that there's no reason to be afraid, that what we have currently in PELRA does just fine. Well, I think, Representative Nelson, we saw a good example in this chamber as soon as your bill came up tonight. Representative Doubt placed forward a motion to table this bill. And when he placed forward a motion to table the bill, Mr. Speaker then decided to ignore the process and wait until he could work in a coordinated effort with other members of your caucus to retrieve enough votes to engineer the outcome of the vote beyond what it was at the time that the motion was made. And even though Masons tells us that in that situation, when you have a speaker that is not responsive and not representing the body properly, that you should come up with a temporary chair or a temporary speaker in that place. We don't have that, Representative Nelson, in our rules. So that is very likely something we might want to consider as part of our rules next year to make certain that that doesn't happen again. And Representative Nelson, that is exactly why Representative Anderson's amendment is very salient to this discussion and to the needs to make certain that those daycare providers out there, those daycare businesses, have the ability to be properly represented under the law. And so that's what the fear is. And that's why we need to make sure that this is correct, so we don't have the type of thing that happened here in this body improperly tonight happen with these daycare businesses down the road. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Lyon, Representative Spedzinski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's my hope that Representative Nelson would accept the A49 amendment as a friendly amendment. It seems to make some sense, and a decertification of the union. It's my understanding that if you get the 30% of the cards back, or the vote comes in, it passes. That over a 6-month period, you have about 260 days to decertify it from those people that actually voted. So if just kind of for the benefit of the folks that are standing outside of the hall, would the representative stand for a question?
He will yield. Representative Spedzinski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So if that group winds up being organized by whether it be SEIU, AFSCME, or AFL-CIO, and there's a group of folks that are within the CCAP organization that are already taking those children that would like to create an entity that maybe was closer to like a cooperative. So rather than simply give up those funds to be represented by a union that maybe they weren't ever interested in really being a part, could they then maybe create another entity if they were past the decertification point, because it's extremely hard to decertify that vote, and maybe create maybe less of a union that maybe had some of the same ties, but maybe wouldn't collect the dues and actually create it like a dividend check. So the union by nature would also collect that part, but it could get redistributed. So if folks wanted to, they obviously are trapped by being a certified union, but maybe create their own new entity that would maybe represent themselves rather than have an existing entity. Is that a possibility? I guess I don't quite understand and how that process would work. If you could explain that. Thank you.
Representative Nelson.
Madam Speaker, and I think people are getting confused because as I looked up 179A12 that Representative Anderson referenced, the time period they're talking about there doesn't say that's the only time they can decertify, but that time period in that is, and that's I think leading to some confusion here, that's a time period at the end of a contract, before the end of a contract, that they can't decertify. Any other time but that time period, they can decertify. They can get the cards necessary, just like the certification process, just like forming it. They can get the cards necessary, which is in current law, which makes this this amendment totally unnecessary, and they can file for and get in a decertification election through the Bureau of Mediation Services. So again, this amendment's unnecessary, and please vote red.
Representative Swedzinski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess if the author would please yield for another question.
He will yield. Representative Swedzinski.
I guess it just kind of continued. You kind of missed that one point of my question. So say, whatever they want to do, could they still organize within a different entity? Would they have to choose one of the existing groups out there, whether it be SEIU or ASME, or could they go ahead and just say, we don't really want any funds taken from our check, but hey, we have to be in a union, but there you go, that type of thing.
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as I said earlier in this night when this question came up, that unless they're in some sort of contractual situation with the state of Minnesota, any organization, it could be the Boy Scouts of America, it could be the Girl Scouts or the Brownies, it could be any organization that wanted to represent these people, as long as they're not in a contractual organization with the state of Minnesota. So yes, anybody could do that. It's not just these two. These two are not specified in the bill. Anybody can do it.
Representative Swedzinski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would just encourage my colleagues to go ahead and vote green on this amendment. I think it does make some sense, and appreciate your support. Thank you.
The member from Pope, Representative Anderson.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Would the representative who's doing a good job answering all these questions stand for a couple more questions, please?
He will yield. Representative Anderson.
Representative, let's talk numbers again for just a second. And I believe the term is appropriate unit. How many of the child care business owners are eligible to vote if this were to proceed? How many are in this group of eligible providers who would be eligible to vote on a unionization plan?
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I believe Representative Benson read that number earlier. Of the ones that are taking CCAP dollars, it's around 1,200 right now. And again, or excuse me, 12,000. Get my comma in the right place. But it's about 12,000 people that are currently taking CCAP children. And that would be certified by the Bureau of Mediation Services if it got to that point.
Representative Anderson.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. And again, Representative, of that number of 12,000, how many are licensed and how many are unlicensed?
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And according to the list I have here, and it's the same one for the Department of Health, it's about 50-50.
Representative Anderson.
Then my last question, I guess, in one of the thorns in the ointment here, what about the other 11,000 approximate providers who currently don't take CCAP kids, and if down the road they decided to take a CCAP child, would they automatically be in the union without having been able to vote? How are those people going to be handled and represented in this situation?
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Glad I looked up there again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. If a unit gets certified, if a bargaining unit gets certified, and going forward, a year, 2 years, 3 years down the road, somebody decides to take the CCAP children that isn't currently taking them, then they would either be in the union or be paying fair share dues. The unions are a voluntary organization.
Representative Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Just one final comment. Again, we hear a lot of input from providers across the state, and there seems to be at least a thought by the people that I've talked to that instead of being in the union, they would stop taking CCAP children. Is that a concern that we could actually lessen the number of people available to take kids who are on CCAP?
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, in New York State, where they've been doing this since 2007, the number, since the union's been certified and they've been going forward, the number of daycare providers taking CCAP children has gone up by 13%. So I don't believe that we're looking, if we want to look at real world statistics, that's what's actually happening out there in New York State. So I'm not worried about that.
Representative Anderson.
Again, thanks, Mr. Speaker. One last comment. In one of your earlier statements, a couple of hours ago, you mentioned one of the main reasons for going ahead with this was that the payment rates were too low for CCAP and daycare people in general. You control the action down here. Why not just raise the rates and take care of it that way? If payment rates are too low, in your opinion, why not just raise the rates? Wouldn't that be a lot easier?
Representative Franzen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, this is really sad. I mean, if we can't bring down the decertification the same way that the election is certified, what does that tell our business providers out there who do not want this piece of legislation? To Representative Nelson's point about other states, 15 other states have tried this, members, and to the viewers at home. 15 other states. Out of those 15 states, 7 states now have repealed statutes and executive orders or canceled the union contracts because it simply doesn't work. Providers realized all along that it was going to be a scam, and it was proven to be a scam. It's a scam right from the taxpayer dollar all the way down to the parents who receive the benefit. This isn't income for the parents. This is a benefit to poor families to help them cover the cost of child care. Child care in the state of Minnesota is extremely expensive if you live in the metro. Extremely expensive. And in greater Minnesota, where wages are not as high as living in the metro, it's just as expensive. I did child care, members. I took families from CCAP. And to think that we want to take money from poor families that want to go to work, poor families that want to go to school and better their lives. It's appalling. And you should be ashamed of yourself. Those funds go to the provider as a reimbursement. And those funds pay for food for those children, pay for activities. We want to close the achievement gap, correct? Those funds also go pay for curriculum to teach those children. And here we want to garnish benefits meant for poor children and families. For what? There is no benefit that a union can provide that the individual business owner can't do for herself. Members, vote yes on Representative Anderson's amendment.
Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Nelson, you said that this amendment isn't necessary. And earlier tonight, my good friend, Representative O'Neill, went up to visit some good friends from Wright County in the galley, and there was many folks up there from ASME, and they pursued a conversation with her and said, why don't you just keep still and vote on it? What do they got to talk about it for? Well, I'll tell you why we got to talk about it, because this is very important. We're not going to let liberty and freedom just die without a word from our side. So we are passionate. We try to be statesmen. We are statesmen here, stateswomen, but we get passionate. And when you say this amendment isn't necessary, it is necessary, and I'll tell you why, in my opinion. And I represent 39,000 people from Wright County proudly, and many of them disagree with your bill. Under your Section 3, 179A.52, right to organize, says, for the purpose of the Public Employment Labor Relations Act under Chapter 179A, family child care providers shall be considered, by virtue of this section, executive branch state employees employed by the Commissioner of Management and Budget or the Commissioner's representatives. Members, I am a self-employed, independent business operator, and I am damn proud of it. I've worked hard for 25 years to be self-employed, to not to be employee of an employer. Not that there's anything wrong with that. And pardon my French for those who may be offended of the D word. It's not become of a statesman, but this is really upsetting. So for 25 years I've been self-employed, and I'm proud of it. I've worked hard to provide for my family, to contribute to my community, to be active in my community. Be self-employed allowed me the ability to be active in my church, the Knights of Columbus, the JCs, Toastmasters, Lions Club, City of Delano Chamber of Commerce, the City of Delano. It's allowed me that ability and freedom to be self-employed. But your bill, Representative Nelson, will make them employees of the state of Minnesota. Some 12,000 independent, self-employed men and women. And you say that Representative Anderson's amendment isn't necessary. Her amendment allows them the ability to become from employees of the state to, again, self-employed. And if you don't think that's necessary, Representative Nelson, then you tell everyone that you represent in your district that it doesn't make any difference and it's not necessary for them to be self-employed. Because that's what it means. That's what you said. Now, if there's any evidence of how your conducting of the survey will proceed, I'll give you a little inkling. And Drazowski, Representative Drazowski, alluded to it earlier tonight. The good speaker, doing what best he can with this crowd, ignored our plea to answer questions of point of order. And he stopped our good clerk from counting the opposite side. He waited again until you had enough members. He has the authority. He can do that. They're in charge. So, the 30% of independent, self-employed businessmen and women are going to vote to unionize. And guess what? those people will handle it just like your side did tonight. You'll wait until you have the 30%. If it's any indication, folks, if there's any indication of how you will handle the vote of the 30%, then we saw it tonight, we saw it on camera, and we have it for history. Clearly, Representative Doubt, our minority leader, called for division when, after we voted overwhelmingly, did you see the audience, or rather the chamber? It was so loud of yes that we should, what was the motion? Table this doggone thing. It was so loud that the speaker paused for almost 3.2 seconds. Oh yes, I was keeping track on my chronometer. He paused, not sure exactly what to do. He was in a conundrum. He clearly knew, because he's a smart man, he went to Harvard, that he didn't have the votes on your side. And under this House membership, I guess he had the authority. But frankly, under Mason's rules that I read, you were not obeying the commands of our side, which under Section 578 of Mason's rules dictated that you should have answered our questions, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad you acknowledge that. You're forgiven. But ladies and gentlemen, your bill, Representative Nelson, is exactly, you will get these people. You say this, here's what you say. We're not forcing anyone to join the union. It just gives them a voice. Just gives them an opportunity to, what did you say? Gives them the opportunity to have a voice. Yeah. Well, they won't have an opportunity because you're going to hold the line just like you did tonight to get the voice. That's what they'll do, ladies and gentlemen. To get the 30%, they'll do what they must to get the 30% so they can unionize. So that is obvious. So in closing, Representative Nelson, what difference does it make? This amendment isn't necessary. It is necessary for all self-employed people that you're going to force to join a union and become employees of the state of Minnesota according to your bill under Section 3, Subdivision 1. They will be family care child providers shall be considered by virtue of this section executive branch state employees employed by the Commissioner of Minnesota Management Budget or the Commissioner's representatives. End of story. How sad. I hope you don't force independent business self-employed folks and photographers to join the union.
Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Nelson yield for a question?
He will yield. Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Nelson, you referred a few comments ago to what's going on in New York and that they've had unionized daycares there for a period of time. Can you tell me how they're organized? Do they, is everyone in the union there or just the people that take the subsidy?
Representative Nelson.
They're organized along the same lines that we're trying to organize here. The people that take the state subsidy, that's the tie that ties them together and ties them to the state and the state employment for the limited purpose in this bill.
Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I have a document here that says otherwise. Everyone there, whether they take union subsidy, whether they take state subsidy, child care state subsidies or not, are in the union. So of course they're going to not have much of a change or actually an increase in providers that take children whose parents receive the subsidy. You're not comparing apples to orange. You're comparing apples to oranges here, Representative Nelson. It's a completely different story. I just thought you should know that. Thank you.
Representative Johnson.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Nelson yield to a question.
He will yield. Representative Johnson.
Representative Nelson, have you ever been involved in a state union like I have, or as a state employee or a municipal employee or county employee?
Representative Nelson.
In fact, I did work for a public employer for many years, although I was in the Carpenters Union and not a state, not a public employee union. I was in the Carpenters Union, but I did work for a public entity.
Representative Johnson.
Mr. Speaker, would Representative Nelson yield for another question?
He will. Representative Johnson.
Representative Nelson, as a public employee in the union, were you ever involved in decertifying a union?
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No.
Representative Johnson.
I stand in support of this amendment. I've been involved in trying to decertify a union. Being at a public union, they didn't inform us correctly how to decertify that union to switch. We had to wait another 3 years on that contract in order to change unions. We need to give these, if this is going to be law, we need to give them an opportunity to do this and not have to wait years in order to do it. I stand in support of Representative Anderson's amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Light it up. Clerk will close the roll. There being 60 ayes and 71 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move when the House adjourns today, it adjourns until noon, Sunday, May 18th, 2013.
Representative Murphy moves that when the House adjourned today, it adjourn until noon, Sunday, May 18th, 2013. Is that correct? May 19th, 2013.
And I'd ask for a roll call, please.
Representative Murphy asks for a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. The clerk will take the roll on the motion. The clerk will close the roll. There being 74 ayes and 51 nays, the motion prevails. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Franson moving to amend Senate File 778. The fifth engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 731.
Representative Franson. 731. 731.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, This amendment says that the rights of any family child care provider to communicate on their own behalf with a state agency or with the legislature. Also, it says nothing in this section limits the right of any individual provider to communicate on their own behalf with a state agency or with the legislature. The bill that we have before us, House or Senate File 778, states that the union would be the sole, oh gosh, Representative Nelson, if he would yield to a question.
He will yield. Representative Franzen.
Representative Nelson, could you point out to the body and to the public what line talks about the exclusive representation? Oh, I believe it's actually, I think it's subsection 5, 3.3. So the bill states to the public and to the viewers, after July 31st, 2013, any employee organization to represent the appropriate family unit of family child care providers may seek exclusive representative status pursuant to section 179A.12. And so my amendment simply states that providers can continue to use the state agency or with the legislature. And let's remember, members, that we are elected officials and we are elected by the public, which means all those small business owners have casted a vote for the election. And that's why we're here today, because we were elected by the people. And I want to make sure, and I'm sure you do too, that our providers can continue talking to the people that represent them here in the legislature and not another agencies such as being the unions for exclusive representation.
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess I'm a little confused by the way her question was, but we talked about this earlier in the morning. The term exclusive representative means the representative of the employees that are in that bargaining unit. It doesn't mean that nobody else can talk to the state of Minnesota about that. And if you look online on subdivision 8, or actually in subdivision 9, talk about rights, from 328 down to 332, nothing in this section shall be construed to interfere with, and number 2 of that is the rights or obligation of any state agency to communicate or meet with any citizen or organization concerning family child care legislation, regulation, or policy. And members, we've had this discussion already tonight. This is guaranteed under our First Amendment of our U.S. Constitution, something we all hold dear, and I don't think we need to put something in the bill that's already covered, that we already have a right to. There's nothing in this bill that stops that from happening. So, members, vote red on the amendment, and I'd like a roll call.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Franzen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Nelson, the reason why I brought this amendment forward is that, well, for example, I used to be a union member. I used to be a union member for CWA. And as a union member, when I would meet with management or with HR, I would have to have a union steward with me to discuss the issues that I may have with my HR person, or vice versa, or if I needed to speak with my coach, because that's what we called our managers, was coaches. And so that was the process. We had to go with our union steward. And so providers have said to me that they are very concerned that they would not be able to have a one-on-one conversation to, perhaps if they had legislation that they wanted to bring forward, that they would have to use a union steward in order to discuss their concerns with the state of Minnesota. So that's what my amendment is meant for, and I hope that we can continue working on bringing some transparency to the public regarding this bill. Members, I urge a green vote.
Representative Ruskowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I also encourage a green vote on the amendment. And members, if you take a look at the line that Representative Nelson pointed us to, it says nothing in this section shall be construed to interfere with the right or obligation of any state agency. Members, Representative Franson's amendment says the right of any family child care provider to communicate with. The bill protects the right of the state agency. Representative Franson's amendment protects the right of the family child care provider business. Members, this is not the same thing. This is actually protecting the rights of this business that is in a position in which they are forced to be a member of this particular union and may want to communicate with the state agency or legislature. I encourage your support of the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 60 ayes and 71 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Anderson S. moving to amend Senate File 778. The fifth engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 732.
Oh. Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. In the small businesses, the small business owners, they have a great fluctuation in their clientele. Because we as parents, once a child reaches the age of 5, they go on to school. And they're no longer in daycare. So these small business owners see an influx of children, some needing CCAP, some not. And this constantly changes. Consequently, because it constantly changes, they should also be given the opportunity to change their decision of whether or not they participate in the union. So what this piece of this amendment does is it says that if there's the change in the group that initially certified the union and voted for the union of 5% or more, then it has to go through a new certification process. This makes sense so that if an individual no longer wants to participate in the union, they're no longer going to be servicing CCAP children, or otherwise if there's an influx of new small business owners that get into the business, which happens quite often as well. You have these small business owners that are offering daycare that get into the business, and if these new folks don't want to have this unionization and still want to accept CCAP children, they should have the opportunity to have a vote. Otherwise, their voice is not heard. If tomorrow or a year from now you had a small business owner that said, I want to start providing daycare services, but the vote was already taken, they had no say in that matter. None whatsoever. So what this amendment does says if the change in the group is more than 5%, then it requires new certification and a new vote. That's all it does. Members, I ask for a green vote, please.
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, or Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to request a roll call.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Nelson.
Mr. Speaker and members, not only is this completely unworkable for the state of Minnesota, and it would be very costly for the state of Minnesota to continually, monthly have to have elections. There's provisions, as we've discussed on the last amendment, there are provisions for decertification of the bargaining unit. But also, if they did this and they kept, they decertified it, and there was a contract in place, the union would still be required to represent these people because they'd have a contract in place. So, members, because this is totally unworkable, very costly to the state of Minnesota, please vote red.
Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Nelson, you misread the statute. And just to help other members, I want to help you. I give you the statute number. It's 179.12. Subdivision 4, State Unit Elections. The Commissioner shall not consider a petition for decertification election during the term of a contract covering employees of the executive branch of the state of Minnesota, except for a period from not more than 270 days to not less than 210 days before the date of termination. Representative Nelson, because you can't do it while the contract is in place, these folks cannot decertify the union and the election for the union. They're stuck. This is what we tried to tell you in the last amendment. They have no option whatsoever. You've misread the statute. It's very clear that they are stuck. Their window is not more than 270 days and not less than 210 days before the date of the contract termination. And the contract that could be for however long. We don't even know how long that would be. So they're stuck. And that means that a year from now or 2 years from now, any new daycare provider, any new business owner that decides to do this as a service to their neighbors and friends, that they decide to get into this business, they are stuck. They have no chance, no voice. You say this is about having a voice? They have no voice. They have no chance. No choice to say, I don't want to be a part of this. You have taken that away from them completely. This is why I am putting forth this amendment, because this way they have the chance. Anybody that decides to get into the business of offering daycare services to folks, now they have that chance. Whether it's 2 years from now, 5 years from now, or 10 years from now. Anybody that gets new into this business, they have a chance to have their voice heard. So, members, I ask for your support. Thanks.
Representative Franzen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Nelson, I found it intriguing that you said that this amendment is not needed and that you find that it's costly. Well, I believe that the thousands of providers out there have told us, all of us, that this bill is not needed. This bill is costly to the taxpayers, and yet we are continually discussing and debating a bill that these business owners do not want. I urge a green vote for Representative Anderson's amendment.
Seeing no further discussion on the amendment, the clerk will take the roll. Clerk will close the roll. Bernardi votes no. There being 60 ayes and 70 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Anderson S. moving to amend Senate File 778, the fifth engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 669.
Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. What this amendment does is it says to the employee organizations and the small business owners, their agents and so forth, and the state, that they must follow the unfair labor practices. If you go to Minnesota Statute 179A.13, it outlines Minnesota's unfair labor practices. And I'm just going to highlight a couple of provisions from it, just so you know what we're talking about here. We have requirements under the unfair labor practices for both the employer and the employees. In this case, Representative Nelson said the employer is the state of Minnesota. So now these small business owners are going to have a boss called the state of Minnesota. So that's the employer part of it. Now that they're considered employees, these small business owners, according to Representative Nelson, this unfair labor practices would have a couple of requirements for them and for their agents and for the representatives of the union. So the union and all of them say you can't violate rules established by the commissioner regulating the conduct of representation elections. And as we discussed earlier tonight, Representative Nelson, I had some concerns about the auditing from the Bureau of Mediation Services about how these were conducted. I know Representative Scott and Representative Dowd, I believe, and other members have expressed concerns about what is used in the materials that are provided to these individuals in making their decision. And we saw there a card that had very small type that wasn't clear about what it actually was doing. And this is making sure that they have protections. There's also another provision in the unfair labor practices. It says prevent an employee from providing services to the employer or refusing to handle goods or perform services. This is to make sure that they're covered under that as well, and that the union representation or the agents and so forth, that they're providing the services that they're required to do under the Unfair Labor Practices Act. We have this in place in many different areas. Seems like a reasonable thing, Representative Nelson. I'd ask for you to take this as a friendly amendment. Thank you, members.
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, this is unnecessary. It's already in the bill. These provisions are already extended to the union and to the daycare providers by virtue of lines 2.12 to 2.13 and 5.13 to 5.14, which reads, Chapter 179A shall apply. It's already there. This is redundant and unnecessary, and I urge a red vote.
Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd like to request a roll call, please.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Nelson, earlier you said you're not afraid of anything. You can take it. Well, why would you be afraid then to add this language to the bill? Seems like a reasonable request to make. I asked you to accept it as a friendly amendment. It's unfortunate that you didn't take that opportunity to work cooperatively. But here's some of the concerns. I know that you haven't had a chance maybe to read the Sauk Center Herald, but here are some of the concerns that these small business owners have expressed in how they've been treated in this process. Multiple reports have come out regarding the organizers going door to door to child care providers, walking in without appointment and saying they are with a state program called Child Care Aware. That's fraud. And that's outlined in the unfair labor practices as a violation. I think it's important for us to adopt this, to make sure that none of this happens. Here's another example. Child care business owner Jennifer Parrish, who first had unpleasant contact with an organizer 8 years ago, recalled what happened back then. She said, I had a lunchtime visit as well. He didn't knock, just walked in the door and refused to leave. I don't know about you, but if some stranger came walking into my door with my kid around or kids that I'm taking care of, can you imagine the fear she felt? The concern, how do I protect these kids and get this person out of my home? Clearly, that's a violation of the Unfair Labor Act. And that brings the question of who is watching this? How are these being monitored to make sure that these folks are being protected? And that's why I want this language in here. And another person in the article says, I told them they have 5 seconds to get off my property because they're trespassing. And then I started counting down from 5 at the top of her lungs. Can you imagine the fear, the concern? A stranger coming onto your property and you have kids, and your number one priority is to protect those kids. That's wrong. And we have the opportunity to fix it right here by putting this in place. I asked you to do this as a friendly amendment, Representative Nelson. Cooperate. Work with me on this. This is a reasonable request to make sure that this is being done on the up and up. Because the way it looks so far, I'm starting to wonder. Members, please vote green on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. There being 60 ayes and 69 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Mack moving to amend Senate File 778, the fifth engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A74.
The member from Dakota, Representative Mack.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the A74 amendment basically spells out for both the purposes of the family child care providers and the individual providers or PCAs in this bill that they have the right to rescind membership in an employee organization certified under this section at any time. Kind of in theme with other issues we've been talking about tonight, members, but we're basically trying to protect the rights of these folks to rescind their participation in union membership at any time if they feel like they're not being accurately represented, if they feel as though taxpayer dollars that they are receiving to help subsidize the care they're providing is not being used properly or in the way that they see fit to do their job. This gives them the right to rescind that membership, members. I think that this is a fair measure in terms of protecting these folks, these small business owners. In the case of the PCAs, very often it's a family or friend that's providing care, and members, this just protects their right if they do not want to continue to participate in the union to rescind that. Members, it's common sense. I would ask for a green vote.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And could I request a roll call, please?
Roll call having been requested, seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, members, this is totally unnecessary. This is already the law under PELRA. Members can opt in, voluntarily join the union, and they can opt out, become fair share members if they're in the bargaining unit. And if they don't have any more CCAP kids, they would be out of the union. So members, I request a red vote. It's not necessary. It's redundant to what's already state law.
Representative Mack.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Nelson yield for a question?
He will. Representative Mack.
Representative Nelson, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Nelson, can you point me specifically to where it spells out once these folks would become state employees? I know we've covered that in another amendment earlier. The fact that they're under the fact that they will become a state employee under this law or under this bill does not give them the ability under typical PELRA to just opt out anytime. We clarified that earlier, the difference for executive branch employees. So I guess I'm wondering, could you point me specifically to what you're talking about? You're saying this is taken care of in state law. They can rescind membership at any time. Can you point me exactly to how exactly they do that? And what verifies, point me to a statute, point me to something that says that they are free to do this at any time and that this amendment is completely unnecessary.
Representative Nelson.
Mr. Speaker, again, this is already PELRA law. They can, if they don't want to be members of the union, they can opt out of the union and become fair share employees. That's current law and that's current practice.
Representative Mack.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Nelson would yield for another question.
He will. Representative Mack.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Nelson, can you walk me through that process? Let's say, I know I'm going to be getting I'm a child care provider, and I know I'm going to be getting a child on CCAP, but I want to rescind membership from the union. So what I'm trying to understand is basically my options are I have to tell that low-income family that, I don't want to be a part of the union, so I can't offer my quality child care to your child. So they either have that option, or what other option do they have? That's really their only option. If they want to get out of the union, they have to turn down CCAP children, low-income children, if they want out of the union. Am I understanding correctly? Could you walk me through that process?
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it sounds like you have a pretty good understanding of it. If they don't want to be in the union, they don't need to take CCAP kids. If they take CCAP kids, they can either be in the union or they can opt out and be fair share.
Representative Mack.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Nelson and members, I hope you're listening to this. I know it's late or early or however you want to look at it in the day. But members, that is precisely the problem with this. We've heard from providers, and I've probably got a stack of 800 to 1, and that's probably a shy number, from providers who take CCAP kids, and they want to continue to take CCAP kids because those kids mean a lot to them. They've developed relationships with those families, with those kids. They are able to offer a very valuable service to that family, work with that family for something that they can afford. And members, what Representative Nelson just pointed out very blatantly is that this bill is going to put those providers in the situation of either being forced to be unionized and pay dues or drop that family. And as a result of that, members, we are going to see a lack of access to quality child care for low-income families across the state. We've heard this in committee after committee. There's evidence of it happening in other states that have done this. Members, it is the wrong thing to do. It is the wrong thing to do to put our low-income families in this position, and it is absolutely the wrong thing to do to put our providers in this position. That is an incredibly unfair position to put these small business providers in, on top of all the other stuff that this this bill is going to do. So members, for that reason, I would ask that you support this amendment and several others that are going to be coming forward as an alternative to just voting no to this bill altogether, to provide some protections for those low-income families that depend on quality child care. This bill will put them in a box. It will increase costs, lower access to quality care. Members, it's the wrong thing. It's not fair to our low-income families. We're doing wrong by Minnesotans, and we're certainly doing wrong by children across the state. Please vote for this amendment.
Representative Franzen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If Representative Representative Nelson would yield to a question, please.
He will yield. Representative Franzen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Nelson, you do like to cite PELRA an awful lot and say that it is, PELRA law. Could you please explain to the body and to the public where in PELRA it authorizes independent small business owners to be unionized?
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. That's what this bill is about. And if this bill passes and becomes law for the narrow purposes that are in this bill, these individuals would be covered under PELRA, and that's what this bill does.
Representative Franzen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaking from my own personal history, Representative Nelson, and to the members and to the viewers, when I became a small independent businesswoman operating my own child care under the name Mary Little Lambs, M-E-R-R-Y, Little Lambs Daycare, I never ever thought that I was going to be having a discussion someday about my business and others all across the state, independent businesses, being possibly unionized. Would have never thought I'd be a state employee. Or my neighbor who is a child care provider, and numerous friends in my district who are providers, and every other provider around the state never dreamt that they'd wake up one day and be a state employee. And the providers out there, Representative Nelson, what would you say to the providers outside the chamber who are not interested in joining the union, not interested in paying fair share fees? What would you say to them if you would yield to that question?
Representative Nelson will yield. Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And this doesn't go at the amendment we have before us, but it goes at the bill. And again, what this bill is about is you have a group of people that have expressed an interest in forming an organization, forming a union, a bargaining unit, and you got a group of people over here that don't want anyone to ever be able to be in the unit. And the ones that they don't want anyone else to have a chance to. These people are just asking for a chance. They're asking for a chance so they can have a vote to try and do this. And that's all this bill does, is give the people that want to try and form a union and want to better their lives and make their profession a better profession. That's what this bill does, is allow those people the chance to vote. You get the other people that don't want to be able to let anybody vote. And I fall down on the side of letting people vote and make that choice for themselves.
Representative Franzen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Nelson, members, and to viewers out there, and I know they're watching because we're all getting emails from people watching. The public is extremely engaged in this topic. Extremely engaged in this topic. I have here in my hand, these are emails from providers all over the state of Minnesota. Emails asking us to stop this takeover of their independent small business. Emails. And you know what? I would think with emails like this that we would say, something is not right. Something's not adding up, because the number of people who are asking for this, slim to none. Out of 7 to 8 years of this, when I was a child care provider, I actually did get approached. I was at my neighbor's with my children, and she does child care also, and we got together and we used to go to walks every day with the kids, and we were approached by AFSCME. We were told about the state providing health insurance to us, retirement to us, and asked us to sign cards for more information. And I'm speaking from life experience. But for 7 to 8 years, this has been going on. And out of the 7 to 8 years where providers could willingly join and pay union dues to AFSCME, out of 7 to 8 years, how many people willingly joined AFSCME? Remember, we've got over 11,000 independent small business owners out there. 11,000. Out of 7 to 8 years of this, only 57 people willingly joined AFSCME. 57 out of 11,000 businesses. To me, members, that is a failed pilot program. If we were taking this up with another state agency, and the OLA did a report and said, you know what, 57 people? That's it? They would suggest to the legislature that we close that agency down because it wasn't working. Members, this is a bad bill. This is an overreach. And I know you know it. I've spoken to numerous members on the other side of the aisle. You know it's a bad bill. All they want to do, focus on their business 100%, not 75%, with 25% wondering what's the union up to. Did you know that as a child care provider, this child care businesses, I mean, it's a nonpartisan business. They're independent, they're nonpartisan. They go about their day, taking care of the children, doing what's best for families, taking care of the poor, children, making sure they've got quality curriculum in their home, making sure they've got healthy food, and at times even getting them on the school bus for preschool. They're home with the children, taking care of them, having a great time. It's the best job ever. Seriously, it was probably the best job I've ever had in my life. And here we are, only 57 people. All those people out there around the state, they just want to concentrate on their business. That's it. They do not want to have to deal with this issue anymore. Members, I beg and I plead to you. Please, let's just vote no on this bill. But vote yes on the amendment.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the author yield for a clarification on a previous statement to this amendment?
He will, yes. Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Nelson, you had, in the discussion, mentioned existing law and fair share, and you'd also used the phrase narrowly defined. And I'm trying to understand, because of this narrowly defined and the, I would say, narrow activity that the union would provide, because, frankly, a major portion of most contracts, when I've, on the school board, and from what I've heard from talking with people that have negotiated with national contracts, major items are work hours, work conditions, and I am confused that it'd be really difficult for a union member to grieve work hours and work conditions on themselves, that therefore your definition of narrow defined employee also in this case probably would be a fairly narrow defined services provided by the union, because there are obviously things that I don't think you could grieve against yourself. I'm trying to understand, because this seems to be a special case, what would be fair share for this narrow relationship?
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if I heard the question right, after it was a simple question about what fair share would be, and under Pellra law, the maximum it can be set at is 85% of whatever the local dues are, but that's set by what the monies the union or local spends their money on. Fair share members do not pay for representational costs, organizing costs, and they do not pay for political costs. They're exempted from that. It's the cost associated with enforcing the contract and negotiating the contract is what they pay for. And that's certified annually with the LM2 reports, or the reports that they send to the federal government. Federal Labor Department is what sets those figures.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Nelson. So if I'm interpreting this correctly, this narrowly defined employee with a union that, frankly, my understanding is only dollars and possibly benefits, not work conditions, not work hours, so they're narrowly serviced, they still would have to pay the normal overhead of someone that had a union that did represent them for negotiating, all the items that you normally would see. And I was hoping you could maybe yield to another question so I could understand the relationship of the national organization in the calculation of these fair share. It's still a little bit ambiguous to me, and forgive me, I'm not as steeped in union lore. So if you would yield to clarify for me.
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's the U.S. Department of Labor that annually all unions have to file reports with them. They're online, and that's where the certification comes for what their fair share dues that they can charge. And again, our law states they can't be more than 85% of the normal dues.
Representative Quam. Okay. Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Nelson yield to a question?
He will yield. Representative Pepin.
Representative Nelson, I'm looking at this amendment. It's been a while since I've asked a question on this bill or on the amendments. I'm looking at the amendment, and I'm not sure the people at home, if I'm not sure if we're on right now, or the people that are watching, I don't know that they have an opportunity to see what the language of this amendment is. So I just want to remind the body and the people watching that all this says is a family child care provider may rescind membership in an employee organization certified under this section at any time. Representative Nelson, do you think it would be fair if you were on a bill and you wanted to rescind your name, you accidentally signed it, do you think it would be fair that you could never rescind your name? Or, Representative Nelson, if you belonged to an organization that you thought you supported and then something happened in the organization and you realized you didn't support it, that you couldn't rescind your name? Do you think that's fair? Do you think that that's right, that you can't, if this is about choice, do you think it's fair that you can't rescind your membership you get into it and you think, this isn't what I thought it was. It's not all that AFSCME cracked this up to be. This isn't what I thought I was getting into. Because I know that at least one person said that she'd signed her card, but she wasn't sure what she was getting into, and then she tried to get her card back. Do you really think that people should not be able to rescind their membership in this if they find out it's not what they thought it was? Is that really what you believe, Representative Nelson?
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I guess I'm hearing a little bit of confusion here. There's two different things we're talking about. Membership in the bargaining unit and daycare providers and it seems like all we're talking about in this is daycare providers. We're not talking about the personal care attendants, so I believe everyone must be okay with that part of the bill. But daycare providers, if they take CCAP children, they're part of the bargaining unit. And then they have the choice to either join the union or be covered as a fair share member. But they can rescind their membership. If they join and become a member and they don't want to be part of it and they're still in the bargaining unit, they can become fair share employees. But so they can opt in and opt out whenever they want. It's a voluntary organization and you can drop out whenever you want. But if you're part of the bargaining unit and you're being represented by these people because you're part of the bargaining unit, you then have to pay fair share dues.
Representative Pepin.
Mr. Speaker, would Representative Nelson continue to yield?
He will. Representative Pepin.
Representative Nelson, if I were wanting to opt out and I had to pay fair share, how much would that be? What percentage would I have to pay of the union due?
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as I answered that question earlier, that's based on what they spend their dues money on. And that's certified every year by the reports that are filed with the U.S. Department of Labor. Our state law says the maximum they can charge is 85% of what the normal dues are. But that's the maximum they could charge. If the union spends more money than 15% on activities that are not covered, it would be lower than that 85%. But that's set every year, and that would be based on what the dues are set at, and those dues are voted on by the members of the union by a Democratic vote.
Representative Pepin.
Mr. Chair, would Representative Nelson continue to yield?
He will. Representative Pepin.
Representative Nelson, if you belong to an organization that you thought you supported and you had membership dues, and let's say your membership dues were $1,000, and you decided, you found out something, and you learned that this organization wasn't what you thought it was, and you still had to pay your fair share, and you were told you still had to pay $850 out of that $1,000 to an organization you didn't believe in anymore, do you think that is choice? Do you think that is fair? And would you sign on the dotted line for that? If Representative Nelson would yield.
He will yield. Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. If you're in the bargaining unit, and if the bargaining unit gets certified, the people in the bargaining unit have the choice to either be a full-fledged member or pay the representational costs, which is the fair share dues. The other option they have is to not take CCAP children, and then they'd no longer be in the bargaining unit, and they wouldn't have to pay any dues. So they have a choice.
Representative Pepin.
Mr. Speaker, would Representative Nelson continue to yield?
He will. Representative Pepin.
Representative Nelson, you said that if they didn't want to take CCAP kids anymore, then they wouldn't have to be part of this. So if they want to take CCAP kids and help kids that come from families without a lot of money, they have to either pay their union dues or pay fair share if this were to go through. What happens to those kids when all of a sudden, because of these dues, providers aren't taking CCAP kids anymore? What happens to those needy kids? If you'd yield.
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, as was stated earlier from an earlier question, in New York State, where they've had this since 2007, they've had a 13% increase in the number of children, another provider, not the number of providers taking CCAP children.
Representative Pepin.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Nelson, I am really disturbed that you're not willing to take this. Again, for those watching, it's almost unbelievable if you actually saw the language in front of me. And I'm going to read it one more time because it's almost unbelievable to me that we wouldn't accept this. It says, a family child care provider may rescind membership in an employee organization certified under the section at any time. So we're not going to let them rescind their membership from this. This is unbelievable. If this plan, if this scheme that you've cooked up with labor is so great, then why not accept this? Nobody would ever want to rescind because this is just going to be the next best thing since sliced bread. But Representative Nelson, you and I both know that this isn't what this is about at all, what this bill is about. And many newspapers across the state have written what this is about. Even some of our bigger newspapers in the state have written what this is about. And we know what this is about. It's about money that's going to help needy families and should go to needy families, is going to be skimmed off to pay union dues. I cannot believe you will not take this amendment. It's very frustrating. Hopefully some of the other folks on your side will see that this is, if this is so great, we may as well accept this amendment because clearly no one would ever rescind their membership. Members, I'd ask for a green vote on this amendment.
Representative Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, Representative Nelson. It's been a long evening, and thank you to the folks from ASME and the providers who've been here, and the moms and dads representing in-home daycares all across the state of Minnesota who've been here not only all day, all night, but all day yesterday for a very important vote, very important decision. Representative Nelson, one of the key things that I think we need to get to is something that we're sort of hitting at now in the discussion, which is when we're looking at rescinding this, and by the way, before you said, I don't know what you're afraid of. I don't know what you're afraid of with the union. I don't know, by the same token, I don't know what you're afraid of by people leaving it. If it's going to be so great, why are you afraid of members deciding to rescind that membership? I don't understand the fear on your behalf. I don't understand really why you wouldn't take that amendment. My question, if Representative Nelson would yield, is a very simple one. When we're looking at this, the dues that are going to be paid to the union, and it is not voluntary if you can't rescind it. But if we're looking at these dues and the payment of these dues, very simple question, Representative Nelson, whose money is that goes to the union? Whose money?
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The CCAP payments are reimbursement for work done by the daycare provider. And once the work has been done, just like a paycheck, once you work for your boss and you earn the money, that's your money. So that money would be the daycare provider's money, and the dues that they pay if they join the union and they form a union would be their responsibility to pay. And like we have for our other state employees, they have the ability to do check-off dues and have it taken out of the money that's owed to them instead of having to get it and pay them back. And that's not for the union's benefit, but that's for the benefit of the members so that they don't have to deal with that themselves. So to answer your question, it's the member, it's the money of the provider providing the daycare service.
Representative Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Nelson, for that response. I could tell you that it's in the bill, or we already do that, or it's very clear, or I could give you a kind of a vague opinion of what I think about that response. But instead of doing that, Representative Nelson, I'm going to do something that we haven't heard very much today. I'm going to give you a very clear response. And the response is that you're wrong. I'm going to read from you a portion of Minnesota statute. It says all federal, state, and local child care funds must be paid directly to the parent when a provider cares for children in the children's home. That is Minnesota statute. Sir, this money belongs to the parents, not the union. You know who said that? We did when we wrote this law, because we said that money belongs to the parents that take care of these kids. It doesn't belong to the union. It doesn't belong to you.
Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to lay Senate File 778 on the table and ask for a roll call.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, the clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. There being 111 ayes and 17 nays, the motion prevails. Announcements. Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members of the DFL. We will caucus at 11:30 this morning in room 217.
Representative Doubt.
Would Representative Murphy yield for a question?
She will. Representative Doubt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Murphy, if you could give us an idea of what the rest of tomorrow looks like. I guess it's today, but legislative day is what tomorrow looks like. I know we're coming back in at noon. Will we be recessing for caucus? And what bills might we be taking up? I haven't seen any budget bills that have been posted yet. Maybe I missed something. Or you can give us an idea if there's some that should be posted shortly. I know that our first priority, at least on this side of the aisle, is to take up the budget bills first. And I'd like to know if you know of any of those that will be ready and what the rest of the day might look like from that perspective.
Representative Murphy.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker and Representative Doubt. Members, I know that the members of the House Transportation Conference Committee have signed the conference report, and so I expect that that's going to be posted in short order. We expect that the Tax Conference Committee, which closed up, will be reported by noon or a little later, and we expect the same out of State Government Finance. So as we have said all along, it is our intention to take up the budget bills as they are available to us. I know that the elections bill is, the conference committee is ready, as is Game and Fish, Representative Dill's bill. So we have a number of things that we are going to work on when we get back here at noon. and I look forward to it. Thank you.
Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Murphy, if she would yield for a question.
She will. Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Murphy, you didn't answer if we would be caucusing after 12 o'clock.
Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members of the DFL are going to caucus at 11:30, so when we come in at noon, we'll begin our work. I would imagine there may be time for another caucus, because I know it's important that we take a look at the bills, but we are going to caucus at 11:30 before we come in.
Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Murphy. Also, if you could just fill us in when you might want to continue the debate on this bill. I know there's a lot of people here that have been waiting for this, and members are anxious to continue the debate on this bill as well. So if you could give us an idea of when that might continue, I'd appreciate that.
Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I would anticipate we'll take this up after we have completed more of our work on the budget.
Representative Dowd.
I apologize, Mr. Speaker. It was a little bit loud in here with everybody packing up, and I didn't hear the response.
Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Dowd, I would anticipate we will take this up when we have completed more work on the budget.
Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Murphy.
I move that the House do now adjourn.
Representative Murphy moves that the House do now adjourn. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. The motion prevails. The House stands adjourned until 12 noon, Sunday, May 19th, 2013.